It's like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurewitz behind the controls. This is Brett.
I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like shown tonight. Never feel how I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours.
Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine.
Stand all night, I gotta ride. Each time I stand all night, no, I just might. You make me stand all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stand all night. I'm gonna stand all night.
R.I.P. Todd.
Text the round robin your questions, comments, wagers. Give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the round robin 757-354-5517.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sing us that star-spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
Can you believe we only have just about 1 week left in September already? September is melting away. We are now in week 3 of the NFL, fully emerged after the Jets beat the Patriots on Thursday night, 24-3. And we break down the rest of the NFL slate today here on the Round Robin. I am Stephen Murray. This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network, the Round Robin airing live from our beautiful studios in Chicks Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. It is 7:25 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're bright and early this morning. In recent years, we'll give you a little history of the show. When we started 3 seasons ago, we started right at 6 a.m. The aim to get 6 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. The aim to focus on the early risers, the people who wake up early, who need to start looking at their lines, get their coffee, give them some content to listen to. In year 2, we emerged to the 7 o'clock hour for everyone to, get a little bit extra sleep, be able to soak in all the content that we bring you on a Sunday morning. And you got to remember, this is East Coast time too. We start earlier as we go Central and Pacific time. And then also, back into year 3 now, we had a focus of starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Gives the Pacificers a little bit more content, live content in the morning when they're getting up. Gives us a little extra sleep, perhaps, to be a little fresher on a Sunday morning. But what has happened with that is we have too much content, and we are we're flirting with disaster, really, as we didn't even have our man, the Ant-Man, on last week, as we went until 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, starting at 8 o'clock Eastern. So we need to move our start time up again. We need to go back to the 7 o'clock hour. A little bit of a soft opening in that regard today, as we are now at 7:27 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we'll get an extra 30 minutes today. We'll need it because our conversation with Dave Del Grande will be extended as always. But and a lot to get to throughout the morning. So if you're new to the show, this is the goal of our program, is we're going to look at everything on the slate, wagering-wise, NFL Week 3, and we're going to try to find every angle that we possibly can. We'll look at touchdown scores. We'll look at running back receiver props. We'll look at anything like quarterback rushing props, 2 touchdown scores, anytime touchdown scores, alternative lines, team totals, catches of 30 yards or more. I mean, there's a million different things we can cover. Survivor pool as well, fantasy as well. We'll do it all this morning on the Round Robin. And we like to, go in with the idea that we can turn $10 into 500, 1,000, 2,000, even 10,000. And that premise is good. Last week, we hit a winner. How about that? We hit a winner in week 2. Nothing crazy, a nice small winner. But considering it was a total investment of about $3.50, we came out with a nice $400 hit on 2 touchdowns with Quentin Johnson and who was our other guy? Calvin Ridley. Yes, a sensational Calvin Ridley catch. That gets us home. 2 players, very long odds to score 2 touchdowns each. And we turned exactly what we do, a minimum into a maximum reward, and we'll look to do the same here in week 3. So what we'll do first is I'll go through the slate, the odds as they stand right now, and we'll look at the weather. So we'll get an idea of what we're looking at weather-wise for today before we get any other major line movement. Weather-related, because that can happen early on a Sunday as well. Seems to happen earlier and earlier, but we'll try to beat the weather bettors on our end of things, and we'll take a look at the lines and the weather. We'll do that here in a second. Then we'll have on our man from the West Coast, Dave Del Grande. He
works for Field Level Media. He's a senior analyst at Stat Factor. He is Mr. Fantasy himself. He covers the Golden State Warriors, but he's been on my program in previous years, many, many years ago. So we bring him back here the last 3 seasons. He spends a lot of time with us going through the slate, finding his best picks, and we'll have all of that coming up here shortly. After that, we'll go through Survivor Pick, and then we'll have the Ant-Man and Nephew Dave join in, and we'll go through the entire slate once again and get you heading towards kickoff and hopefully a nice financial win, a nice financial gain on this Week 3 Sunday NFL, September the 22nd, 2024. All right, so let's get started without further ado. We are in Cleveland with the Giants and the Browns. This line holding stagnant with the Browns minus 6.5, 38.5. A warm day in Cleveland will be in the 80s. Sunny skies, though. Weather will not be an issue. And weather won't be an issue for the most part at a lot of these games. We have a lot of dome games today. It feels like almost everyone who has a dome is playing in a dome, a home field for a dome. They're actually playing in the dome. Or if the dome team is on the road, they are actually in a dome as well. Such is the case with the Texans and the Vikings, where the Texans are a slight 1.5-point favorite, 45.5. No movement there on that line. Obviously, weather not a concern there, nor will it be at Lucas Oil Stadium with the Colts and the Bears. The Colts a minus 1.5 slight favorite themselves, 43.5 with the Bears. So no movement there. We haven't had any movement down at the Caesars Superdome with the Saints and the Eagles. The Saints are minus 2.5. Over under is 49.5 in that game. So stagnant lines there. We'll see how these move throughout the morning. The Steelers, this one has bounced around a little bit. Justin Herbert is the question mark at quarterback. We may not get a true feel for that until the end of the show. But the Steelers are minus 2.5 at home, 35.5. That total has dropped. So maybe that's the biggest moving line we've had, is this total in the Charger-Steeler game dropping. Warm day in Pittsburgh with no weather factors here, 80 degrees and beautiful skies for the Steeler fans at home. A hot, muggy day in Tampa Bay. We'll be into the 90s, all right, for the Buccaneers, minus 6.5. That's what they'll lay. Over under is 40.5. Bo Nix, the rookie, in that quarterback. He's been in at quarterback, but can he get the Broncos in the end zone is really what it is. Sean Payton, familiar with the Bucs. On the flip side, the coach for the Buccaneers, very familiar with Sean Payton as well. They've done a good job down there in Tampa, winning that game last week in Detroit. Denver catching 6.5, 40.5. Hot, muggy day there. A hot, muggy day in Tennessee as well. 90 degrees plus there today in Nashville for the Titans and the Packers. The Packers are in the same boat with the Chargers with their quarterback. Will we see Jordan Love play? We'll hope to get those questions answered throughout the morning here on this show as well. Over under 37.5. That's a low number for these two teams. And the Titans do have a lot of weapons on offense, but can they just stop from shooting themselves in the foot, really, is the main question on that aspect of things. And Malik Willis, who didn't put the ball in the air at all. The Green Bay Packers won that game on defense and on the ground last week against the Colts. We'll see if that's the game plan today, is to keep it on the ground. 37.5 the total just seems a little low to me. The Packers catching 3. Again, a hot, muggy day in Tennessee as it is in Tampa Bay. So that might be your alarming weather situations for the 1 o'clock games. The 4 o'clock slate, we're indoors with the Raiders and the Panthers. Raiders minus 5.5 and 39.5. Andy Dalton in for the struggling Bryce Young. And we'll see when he gets back in the mix. And trade rumors, plenty on him as well. Teams needing quarterbacks like Miami, etc. Can they get their hands on this former first overall draft pick that might have bust written all over him already. Some teams not ready to throw him or kick dirt on the grave of Bryce Young yet. We'll see when a trade develops, if and when a trade develops with Carolina and whoever they may be dealing with. Again, the Dolphins, talked about them a second ago. They are on the road to Seattle today. No weather in Seattle. A nice, beautiful, comfortable day. -4.5 for the Seahawks. Over under 41. We are indoors for Detroit and Arizona. Detroit's -3 and 51.5. Highest total on the board for the Lions and the Cardinals. The Cardinals thumped the Rams last week. Can they beat another? Well, we don't know if the Rams are a good quality opponent. We assumed that they were. But can they beat a good quality opponent in the Lions who stubbed their toes at home last week? And these teams traditionally play exciting games against each other when they meet up, especially when they're playing in Arizona. So a good late slate of games with that one included. Another one will be Baltimore and Dallas, where the Ravens are a favorite on the road in Dallas, -1.5 for Baltimore. 47.5 is the total. Weather should not be an issue there at Jerry World, AT&T Stadium. The Cowboys, maybe the surprise. Both of these were the surprise of the week. Ravens losing to the Raiders. Cowboys losing to the Saints. We said it last week. If all the favorites would win, like the Ravens and the Cowboys and the Lions, it's going to be a bloodbath for the sports book. And it was quite the opposite. Maybe one of the better days in the sports book history. So even I feel lucky to come out with a win on week 2 when I definitely put myself on the public side of things last week. You get the 1 week where it's a kind of a layup for the public. Kind of looked obvious that could be what's going to happen, and it was anything but that. It was a complete bloodbath for the players. If you didn't take the dogs last week, Dallas an underdog at home against the Ravens today. We'll be indoors at SoFi Stadium, talking about those Rams, those banged up Rams. No Puka, no Cooper Kupp, missing players on defense. The Rams will catch 6.5 at home against the 49ers, who are banged up too. I mean, they're as banged up as it gets. No McCaffrey, no George Kittle, no Deebo Samuel. Other players out as well. 49ers -6.5, 43.5. And it's only week 3. And these teams are decimated by injuries already. I mean, that's why it's hard to bet these futures with guys like, for example, my ticket. You won't always want to have something preseason. So you have this 10 touchdown ticket with Justin Jefferson that looks good. Mike Evans, he has a couple of touchdowns. That looks good. And then old Cooper Kupp, who gets a touchdown week 1, now is going to miss significant time. So is that ticket dead in the water? It feels like it. That's why it's hard to do these preseason player props on the overs. In fact, if you have Cooper Kupp under yards for the season, I mean, you are smiling pretty on that one already. If you have Deebo Samuel under yards for the season, George Kittle under yards for the season, A.J. Brown under yards for the season, I mean, that is the way to go on things, is to take the unders on some of these players at the beginning of the season, because injuries for sure are going to mount up, and that's going to be a ticket just sitting ready to cash at the end of the day. 49ers will lay less than the full 7 points on the road to the Rams, 43.5 indoors, no weather there. The night game in Atlanta, interesting one as well. Can this be the all-out aerial assault we've been waiting for now that Isaiah Pacheco, again, another major injury for the Chiefs? If Isaiah Pacheco, is he going to get his 1,000 yards rushing now? He's on the IR. We won't see him for several weeks. So if you have that as a preseason ticket, that's no good right now. But the Chiefs laying 3, 46.5. I expect at some point a full Kansas City onslaught of an aerial attack. When will we see that game plan? That could actually happen tonight in Atlanta with Kirk Cousins and company coming off that we'll say can't say they stole a victory at Philadelphia, but they won that late in that game. And they'll try to take that momentum of being 1-1 with the big road win in Philly last week. They'll bring that home to Sunday Night Football tonight against Kansas City. 2 games on Monday. We like to see that. The Jaguars and the Bills. The Bills minus 4.5 and 45.5. Weather should not be an issue for that game, nor should it be in Cincinnati. Actually, it's going to rain all day in Buffalo, but it should taper off by the time that game starts. And the Jags have not been good, so a tough road test for them. The Bills look like they're one of the better teams in the league, and they'll be well rested since that last Thursday night game. They'll have 11 days rest, basically, 10 full days anyway, or 9 full days in the whole Monday, I should say. But the Bills minus 4.5 and 45.5 against Jacksonville, and then no weather issues in Cincinnati, where the Bengals minus 7.5, total of 46.5, as they'll host the Washington Commanders. All right. So that is the odds. Again, the big mover the morning, it looks like, is that total in the Pittsburgh and Charger game, now down to 35.5. And overall, weather just not an issue at all either. All right, we do have one quick question out of the gate from the Smitty. Well, yeah, he has to start too. Wide receiver Evans, Drake London. He has Tank Dell. He has Jennings and Whittington. He's got to start too. I would take Evans and Dell, although Drake London is a good option as well, I think, tonight. The thing about the Chiefs is that they have given up 25 completions to tight ends here in the first 2 weeks of the season, which is a record overall on the hands of Kansas City. So their defense is not really showing up. They've been gaping holes, allowing the ball to go down the field. So that's why London's attractive there. He also has Jackson Smith and Jigba. Man, Geno Smith would be the one that brings me back on that, the Smitty. Geno Smith has a bad day, then Jackson Smith might not benefit. But I expect Evans to have a good game. I expect Dell to have a good game, especially if Nico is banged up. But I think the way that London and Kirk Cousins hooked up last week, I don't think that can be ignored. So maybe I think Evans and Drake London would be my picks on that. So D. Smitty, we appreciate you chiming in on that. Everyone else, you can text our pick line. I have it on the screen right now, 757-354-5517. And we'll get to that later on as well. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel. That's what we want you to do. Deep End 757 Broadcasting. That's Deep End, like the deep end of a swimming pool. 757 Broadcasting. Our Twitter or X is at Deep End 757, and our website, Deep End 7. Old website is that one. New website, deependbroadcasting.com. All right, so we're right at 7:45. We'll go ahead and queue up our man, Dave Del Grande. We have a lot to get to with him. What we usually do is we start off with some hot topics that are on the forefront of the media. We'll look at a few of those to break up the gambling monotony a little bit. And then we'll try to find our high-scoring ping pong game, our quote-unquote fun game. We'll create some non-greedy tickets. We'll create some greedy tickets. And we will break down our candidates of the NFC West and the AFC West, since he is on the West Coast and a specialist in that regard himself. So without further ado, our man who covers the Golden State Warriors, who's been a longtime staple on my programming. He is a columnist with Field Level Media, a senior analyst at Stat Factor, and he is the founder of Mr. fantasy himself. Let's bring on Dave Del Grande. All right, so by the time this interview airs, he might already have it, but do you think 55's in play for Ohtani? Why not, right?
Yeah, it's going to depend upon, how much they want to play him. The last week of the season, are they going to need to continue winning? Are they going to be locked into playoff position? It just seems kind of silly that you'd have him trying to steal third base on the second to last day of the season if the game's meaningless and you're risking your postseason. And 55, what's the difference between 54, 54 and 55, 55? 50-50 is the big thing. Even 60-60 is not nearly as big a deal, in my opinion, as 50-50. So I think he's got what he's been after, and I think he can basically coast in from here.
Were you covering the Athletics when Canseco got his 40-40?
Well, I covered mostly basketball,
right?
But certainly, I live 10 miles south of the Coliseum, so I was at many of those games. Yes.
All right, cool. Did you watch Ohtani do it yesterday?
No. Yeah, yesterday was a good sports day. Well, unfortunately, I watch as much as I can the Fever.
Right.
And, last night was their last regular season game. It didn't mean anything for them. So Clark only played 20 minutes, I think. But I was watching that game, and then I flipped over, of course, to football. It's those two things are prioritized for me at this time of year over baseball.
We've talked about the baseball marketing before, and even the WNBA marketing as well. Now that their regular season's complete, have you seen another sport jump as much in popularity in recent decades as much as the WNBA?
Unless you count women's college basketball,
right?
Caitlin Clark has been, a revelation. She's basically to basketball what Taylor Swift has become to music. There are a lot of other really good musicians out there, but people want to know who Taylor Swift's voting for president, for crying out loud. And Caitlin Clark, from the first day that she got televised nationally at Iowa, was like, whoa. She shoots the ball like Curry, and she's not as flamboyant as Maravich, but she's kind of one of these passing wizards. It's like, I've never seen anything like it in women's basketball. Not that I watched a ton of women's basketball, but I'm a sports fan. I know Lisa Leslie and, these other really good players that have played. I've never seen anything like Caitlin Clark. And then all of a sudden, as you watched her, you saw, some of these other teams got some really good players too. I can't believe how quickly the product has improved. And so it's not, it's not just her. She brought the attention, I think, to women's basketball. But now people are starting to realize, and I think partly inspired by her, kind of like Curry has inspired a lot of kids to shoot three-pointers. I think Clark is, inspiring women, to become better shooters. And in the NBA used to be, the best dunkers got all the TV time. Women's basketball, it's, the ones who can shoot from the outside, like, whoa, I didn't know women can shoot this well. And there's a whole lot of them now in college and obviously in the WNBA. I just think it's a great thing. And And now, they're talking about expansion, and I think it's,
Right. Yeah, that helps.
It's a good time. I mean, it's not just a good time because more people are watching, but like we've talked about in the NFL and college football, that with all these great receivers that are playing in college football now and going to the NFL, there's just an incredible number of really, really good women's basketball players who are playing college basketball right now, and high school for that matter. And so now is the time for the league to capitalize on that, because these girls and women, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years from now are going to be every bit as good as some of the top players today. So I applaud them for jumping on this bandwagon as quickly as possible.
Okay, let's play the can you remember game a little bit more. Can you remember? Can you remember, back to baseball, can you remember another team who's, I'm going to give the Brewers some credit here, Dave. Their manager leaves for their rival. They trade away their best pitcher, and this guy's a Cy Young candidate for Baltimore. The pitching injuries. One of their leaders, Yelich, about a month ago, goes on the season-ending IR. The amount this team has gone through, and to come out and dominate and win that division, that's pretty impressive, right?
Yes, it is. But, this happens a fair amount in baseball. I mean, for crying out loud, the Tampa Bay Rays do this every season.
Right. That is true.
Yeah, I mean, they I mean,
not this year, but I get your point. Yeah.
Yeah, you could argue there's been nothing worse in baseball over the last 10 years than the emergence of the Rays. All of the analytics, the price cutting, and the teams, like the Giants in recent years, and many others, trying to emulate that. We don't need to spend money. Look, Tampa Bay doesn't spend money, and they win. They're finishing ahead of the Yankees, and it just hasn't worked for a lot of teams. And baseball's had to create new rules now to stop teams from playing three guys on one side of the infield, and we got to add base runners and extra innings so that teams can score runs. We're not scoring any runs anymore because the plethora of relievers and openers and all these things that, Kevin Cash, basically created a whole new game. And so anyway, I don't mean to talk about the Rays here, but I think what they have done over the years is incredible. And I think what the Brewers are doing this year is similar to that, which, I don't mean to understate what a great season they're having. But it ranks up there with some of the stuff the Rays have done.
Okay, you said that baseball has been wide open here a few weeks back with our last conversation really about baseball. I'm going to say this. When I'm looking for a team potentially to go on some sort of a playoff run, we can kind of look at that now. Yes, there's 8, 9 games left to play. By the time this conversation airs, maybe 7. I'm going to look for a team. I'm going to use this comparison. I'm going to look for a team who's going to get a spark, unexpected spark maybe. And I think that's helped in the past. And I'm talking about Luis Angel Acuna, the younger brother of Ronald Acuna. Since he's come up with the Mets, has done nothing but been spectacular. Kind of reminds me of this old reference of when Greg Jeffries was a rookie for the Mets back when they won their 86 championship. If you're thinking wager-wise, want to take a shot on a team with longer odds, it doesn't help when you get a big spark here at the end of the season. Production that's been somewhat unaccounted for previously, correct?
Yes, and the thing is, though, the National League is stacked this year. And I wasn't quite sure, where you were going with what you were saying there. I thought you could have said the Padres, but the thing is, there's no guarantee the Mets are going to make the playoffs. I mean, the Mets have a big series coming up here against the Braves. If they go 2-1 or 1-2, that's going to help the other teams like Arizona and San Diego establish themselves, and get the playoff spots. If one of them goes 3-0, obviously it's going to knock the other completely out of the picture. The Braves have caught fire all of a sudden down the stretch, and of all the teams in baseball that are going to make the playoffs, they got the number one pitcher going. Sale has been, Snell-like. He's been pretty untouchable, up to 18 wins, 18-3. I looked up for the other day for a report that I did. See, the last time a pitcher won 20 games, how many times a pitcher has won 20 games and lost only 3 with an ERA similar to what Sale had? And there's only been 4 of them in Major League history. And one was, one was Kershaw. I don't know, about 10 years ago. But and so he's just been, and put him with the Braves hitting lineup, which hasn't been great this year, but has the potential. With the additions that they've made, with Merrifield playing, Soler coming in there. They've added Ursula's come in there and give them a little something. They've brought in these guys that nobody else wanted.
Right.
And now all of a sudden they're filling in around their big guns. So anyway, my point is, how can I talk about the Mets when I'm not even sure they're going to, they're going to have to beat the Braves 2 out of 3 probably in order to stay alive, in order to get in there. I'm not sure that they can do that. And then, if they do and they do get in, you're sitting there with the Dodgers and with the Phillies and the Padres as well as they played. I mean, there's going to be no soft spots in the NL playoffs as opposed to the AL, where some of these teams getting in, I mean, they really don't belong. I was surprised to read this morning that the Tigers have caught the Twins for the last playoff spot.
Right.
Like, you've got to be kidding me. This reminds me of the NFC South going into the last week of the season, and you got 3 teams that are 8-8, and one of them is going to make the playoffs. And it turns out last year that team ended up beating the Eagles. But and so I think it's going to be very, very tough to come out of the National League. It really could be any of those teams. And like I said, you could make an argument, as you've done, that it could be the Mets, and they might not even get in. So I don't know. I don't. If I were to play somebody, I'd take a shot with it's an American League team because the National League team could go any of about 6 or 7 ways, I think.
All right. So who at the top right now would you trust if you want to take an American League candidate? Is it New York?
I don't think I can go there. I don't know. I mean, everybody seems flawed.
Right. It's really going to be whoever gets hot at that right time.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, hate to say it, but the team that's been the most consistent has been Cleveland, and
we know their bats could go cold in a heartbeat. Yeah.
And they seem to be one of these teams that's built to win in the regular season. Solid pitching and a real good relief pitching, and a weak division. So I mean, but can you really dismiss the Astros? I mean,
they're the second betting odds favored right now. So I would say not really.
They are kind of like the Braves. in that you come postseason time, you want the veteran players who have been there, who have proven they can do it. And if you look at the top of the Astros lineup, Altuve, okay, yeah, I'll take him. Alvarez, yeah, I'll take him. Bregman, okay, yes. Really, they got more? Oh, yeah. They got 4 or 5 guys at the top of that lineup who have been there and done that. And, they've got a couple of, veteran pitchers. So, I wouldn't, I wouldn't dismiss them. But again, are they even going to make it? They're lucky that their division has turned. The Rangers had such a terrible season. You're in there with the A's and the Angels, who are among the bottom teams in the league. So, the Mariners, who I don't think are very good. They're battling for the top spot. So maybe, this is a situation where, they're just not as good as they've been in the past, but they've taken advantage of the situation. Man, in Baltimore, oh boy, a month ago you would have put them in the picture, but now it's like, geez, are they even going to make the playoffs? They seem to be a team that they just lost 2 out of 3 to the Giants at home and needed a walk-off to win the one game. It's like, is it possible the Orioles are going to finish 0-9 in their final 9 games and not get in? The way they're playing, anything's possible. So, so anyway, that's my long-winded answer to say, who am I picking in the American League? You're asking the wrong guy. I would say, give me Houston until proven otherwise.
Until further notice. Okay. In the Orioles here, since we do have Norfolk, their AAA team, we've seen all these guys go up through the system. And the thing about the Orioles is they've been red hot. We're talking about teams that get hot and cold. The Orioles have been red hot for, let's see here, I will say, with the exception of the last month or even 2, 10 or 11 baseball months consecutively, in-season months. They really came out of nowhere 2 summers ago and really made a push for the playoffs and then the early exit last year. But again, that's a team, if they get in, you wipe everything clean. Maybe their bats get hot, and there you go. Here you go, Dave. I'm going to do this ticket just for you right now. Detroit Tigers, American League winners. New York Mets, National League winners. $5 wins $2,470.
Well, the interesting thing about the Tigers is that, they've got Mize back, and you talked about, the guy who, is there a guy out there that's going to ignite a team kind of coming out of nowhere? And I'm not sure he's physically up to it at this point, but if he all of a sudden captures magic in a bottle, and you've got Skubal, pitching for that team already,
right,
arguably the best pitcher in the American League,
right,
and now you go into that first round series, best of 3, and you're staring at these guys in the first 2 games, even if you got the home field advantage over them. We've seen this before, and we've seen this with the Giants. 2010, 2012, 2014. I don't even think they won their division title in any of those years. But they had the pitching come playoff time, and that was that. So it's looking at the Tigers lineup is like, oh my goodness, I'll take the A's lineup over the Tigers lineup. But it's they're doing it somehow, and now they've put themselves in a position. Like I said, if you're looking for that one guy, if it comes down to Mize pitching, I think he pitches on Sunday against the Orioles. They're playing the Orioles, this weekend. An interesting side note about that I saw that he was the first pick in 2018 or 19, and Rushman was the first pick in 2018 or 19. Anyway, it was back-to-back years. That's 5-6 years ago. They've never gone head-to-head in a game, and that will change Sunday if Rushman plays, presumably because Mize is pitching that game. So anyway, that he has two, really good starts. Especially on Sunday, would be a good place to start against the Orioles. But then, next Friday or whatever it is, the final weekend of the season when they're going to need wins, he comes up with another big effort, gets them in, and now all of a sudden, like I said, this is going to be one of those teams that, oh boy, we're playing the Tigers. They're the weakest team in the playoffs, and we got to go up against these two pitchers. You're kidding, right?
Right. The manager too, right? AJ Hinch. You got to give him credit. He's been there and done
absolutely.
it. He's been there and done it. So,
well, you talk about the managers. You talk about a situation. You kind of mentioned this before, that the manager left to go manage the Cubs, but the Brewers hired Pat Murphy, a former boxer, to manage their major league team. You got to be kidding me. And look what's, he's got to be like unanimous manager of the year in the National League, right? Where the heck did this come from? And so, you never know. You never know who are the guys are going to be able to push the right buttons. And so often it isn't, the superstar who becomes the manager. It's this role player or guy that never made the majors or whatever, Stephen Vogt, taking over as a manager of the Guardian this year. It's, I don't know. I think it's going to be fun to watch because I think anything can happen. And here with the final 9 games of the season, there's so much going on. Everything's at stake, the best record, the first round buys, who's getting in, who's not getting in, the good teams, like we said, the Braves and Mets could very well be playing for one spot. That's a little hard to believe because, you could argue that either of them would be the favorite to win the American League.
Right. All right. A lot of fun down the stretch in baseball. Okay. Let's get to the football. Case in point, and we'll do a little history review lesson for the new viewers out there, new listeners, people tuning into the show for the first time. But we'll reflect back to the preseason and things that happened there and how it bleeds really into the regular season. And I think the case in point are the Jets. You see a team that comes out, they don't look like the quarterbacks necessarily played any preseason games, which Aaron Rodgers didn't. They don't look good. Tough spot, San Francisco. They come in the next week. It's not the prettiest performance. And then, they find a way to win. And then in week 3, even on a turnaround, the third game in just 10 to 11 days for the Jets, they look spectacular against the Patriots. So moral of that story, and they are the case in point. The first 2 weeks, just a bleed over from the preseason, and maybe we start to see our perceived better teams put out better performances this week, like the Jets. And I could be specific about that with the team, maybe like the Lions, right?
Well, and I would also caution, however, that don't necessarily trust what you've seen so far. The NFL has done a really good job, especially in week 1, of scheduling even matchups. And so it's given teams that aren't really very good an opportunity to get off to a nice start. The classic example, the most overrated team in football right now, it has to be the Chargers. I mean, they come out and first off, they get rid of all their wide receivers. They get rid of their star running back. I mean, they strip it down to the bare bones, and so this isn't going to be their year. This is going to be the year maybe they win 4 or 5 games, they get a high draft pick, and they move on from there. But the NFL schedules them at home in Harbaugh's opener, and against a Raiders team that's a very average team, a team that the Chargers should be able to compete against. They do. It's a terrible game, and the Chargers pull it out. Then, lo and behold, Chargers week 2. They got to make an Eastern trip. Oh boy, they're not good enough to win on an Eastern trip unless they're playing the worst team in the league.
Right.
And then, and they beat the Panthers, and now all of a sudden, they're 2-0. And Harbaugh, what a great job! No. This is not a good team. This team is ready to fall immediately. And so it's I'd even say this about the Jets' last 2 games. They got blown out pretty good in the opening week, and then there's this podcaster out there who was talking about them being 0-3 after the Patriots game, and yet they've bounced back, and they've beaten 2 below average teams. I guess I should temper what I've said about the Carolina, because New England, boy, they look terrible.
That's a bad line. That is a very, very bad line.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, is that the Jets are supposed to be a good defensive team. They haven't really shown it in the first 2 games necessarily, but man, they steamrolled New England's offensive line, and turned New England into a passing team, which they're not. The sacks. That was a very, very terrible performance by New England, and you have to wonder. In fact, I was watching a game with a buddy of mine, and he said when they're about to bring in May at the end of the game, and he says if May drives him down the field now for a touchdown, you think he's going to be the starting quarterback next week? and I said, that would be the dumbest thing. Because we've seen how bad their line is. They're doing a good thing by keeping him out, not getting him hurt while the team isn't very good. So many other teams, and Carolina being one of them,
they would kill their quarterback.
Has let their quarterback
Washington,
get killed.
right?
Yeah, we've seen this time and again over the years, where teams feel pressured to play their first round pick, and then he turns into Sam Darnold or any number of very, very high picks who basically get suffocated on terrible teams. I think they're they, given what I saw Thursday night, they'd be smart sticking with the game plan here and keeping May out, at least until week 13, 14 or whatever, when, you can pick a spot for them again, when they play Carolina or something, and then, put them in there and see what happens. But no, that would not be a smart thing to do.
Okay. Things we've discussed in the past that we'll revisit again, and it's with the NFL injuries, and we'll apply that to fantasy, right? So injuries starting to run deep, no surprise there, and to some pretty good players as well. So you're going to have to look to the waiver wire, and there lies your hidden jewels, correct?
Yes. Well, week 2 was a particularly painful week in the NFL. There's some big-time injuries there, especially at running back. And this has become a premium position in fantasy. It always has been. And because there's not a whole lot of depth there, and if you've got Mixon or let's see who else got injured last week. I
should have this list in front of me. I'll try to get it.
Right. Pacheco.
Right.
You're talking about very, very high, second round, maybe even first round in some drafts, draft picks. And now you look at, of course, McCaffrey has been out already, right?
Right.
And you look at,
Cooper Kupp now.
I'm focusing on running back for a minute here. But you're looking at, do you plug in the backup in those situations? From a fantasy standpoint, do you trust the backup, or are this team going to go to more of a committee approach? Because Pacheco has become basically an every down back for Kansas City. Yeah, they play steal some, but Pacheco was big time guy there. Mixon just had a game where he carried the ball like 30 times. So they're not really planning on having a great backup there. I mean, so in terms of replacing these guys, do you trust the guy who's going to be put in there? It certainly has worked out well for the 49ers and anybody who drafted Mason or picked him up off of waivers. He's been a gold mine for those fantasy owners. But Kansas City situation, is Steele going to be an every down back now? What's the story with Edwards-Helaire? They just signed Hunt. I don't see Steele as being an every down back. He seems to be a Montgomery type, a between the tackles type, or a tough guy, doesn't catch passes necessarily. But they've got no other choice for the short term. Houston, they put in Akers last week when Mixon got hurt, but he fumbled the ball. And now Pierce, who's been their number 2 guy but was injured, can he come back this week? What's his role going to be? I think there are big time question marks. And this gets back to a strategy that I had in the draft that I would strongly recommend people, start considering much more strongly than most people do. And that is, in the draft and fantasy draft, there is no reason to draft a backup quarterback, tight end, kicker, or defense. And tight ends, there just aren't any productive backup tight ends anyway. So why would you waste a roster spot? Defense and kickers, well, most people don't draft backups there anyway. But the quarterback position, if you don't draft a backup and your guy gets hurt, which happened to me, I have Love on my team, got injured in the first game. You can go to the waiver wire, and in a 10-team league, on average, about 18 quarterbacks were selected. That leaves 14 NFL starting quarterbacks available for you to pick among. Well, I can find a productive quarterback among 14 guys. Jared Goff is one of these guys who doesn't get drafted, and you can plug into your lineup anyway. But anyway, my point is that by saving these roster spots, you can stockpile running backs and wide receivers. And this is particularly important in a time like this where people are running to the waiver wire to pick up Steele, probably the first guy in every league who was picked up on waivers this week. And a lot of people are probably, are running out there to get Akers, who appears to be the guy who's taking over for Mixon. But you'd be better off, so you can't get either of those two guys. But that doesn't mean you stop looking at that point, because Pierce could be this guy in Houston who takes over, and he has demonstrated in the past that he's an every down back. He could be Houston's every down. Heck, he could be Houston's every down back this week, for all we know. But certainly by next week. And if you've saved roster spots, for guys who you don't need production out of, but rather, make prospects almost like a practice squad
Right.
on your fantasy roster, you can grab him for a couple of weeks. Let's see how he did, what they do this week. And then when he has the big week this week and everybody else in your league saying, all right, I got to run out there and get him on waivers next week. Well, you did that a week before. And the same thing with Kansas City, where you've got Edwards-Helaire, who's been on the injured list, coming off the injured list after week 4. And he's certainly going to be the guy that comes in and immediately becomes their pass catcher. I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't come in and become more of a, get more touches than Steele, when he gets healthy. And you're talking about two of the elite teams, two of the elite offenses in the NFL, and you can get their starting running back by doing some forward thinking. I mean, pick up Edwards-Helaire and put him on your roster. Pick up Pierce and put him on your roster. Yeah, they might turn into nothing 2, 3, 4 weeks from now, in which case you can get rid of them. But if you're wasting those roster spots on guys, on a backup quarterback, on a backup tight end, well, then you're hurting yourself, because these are guys who, as we've seen with Mason, these are guys. I mean, if Houston plugs in Pierce as their every down running back on arguably the highest scoring team in the league, and you have an opportunity, to pick him up and put him on your roster and let him sit for a couple of weeks, and you don't, well, you've made a big mistake.
All right. Let's see here. What diamonds in the rough have you considered picking up, or have you picked up for your team?
Well, as you would normally expect, there are some good ones at wide receiver. We're starting to see where the targets are going. And, there have been some injuries, obviously. One team is decimated by injuries at wide receiver. And you consider them a passing team, and that's the Rams.
Right.
The Rams are going to keep throwing the ball.
That's the first thing I thought of, is who on this Rams? This Johnson kid? I got to pull up their roster. But go ahead.
Yeah. But to me, that's the guy, because you've got
Right.
Demarcus Robinson, who has a history of being mediocre, and he's now becomes their what you would call their number one receiver. He's certainly the number one receiver in terms of career production, and that's fine, because let the other team put their best defensive cover guy on him, because that's just going to create more openings for someone like Tyler Johnson. And I think that he has the potential, to replace Nakua or Kupp, in the sense that he is more of a possession receiver. And this is the way the Rams like to throw the ball. I think that, again, we'll have a lot better idea after this week's games, because this is going to be the first time when Nakua and Kupp are both out. We're going to see where the ball is distributed this week. But to me, I'm going to guess that that's going to be Johnson is going to get minimum of 6 targets, maybe 10 targets in a game like this. And if he does, then he becomes the guy next week that everybody rushes out there to get. So I say, let's roll the dice. Let's put him on the roster this week in case he does turn out to be the guy. If he doesn't, we'll drop him and we'll open up a new can of wide receivers next week.
Right.
But if he does, then we've been forward thinking. I think that the Chargers or another team, I don't think the Chargers are a great offensive team by any stretch.
It's nice to see Johnston get 2 touchdowns there last
exactly.
Right.
And that's it's a guy like that has he only got 6 targets last week. Well, that was due in part to the fact that he only threw like 8 passes because they were so far ahead of Carolina the whole game. But you see already where the emphasis is going to be in the passing game. Quentin Johnston probably wasn't drafted in most leagues may still be available on waivers. And like I said, I think he's got kind of a lower ceiling because I don't see that being, a big passing team. That said, when the Chargers start playing some of the better teams and start falling behind, they're going to have to become more of a passing team, and they have an elite passer. So the potential is there. You've established the fact that Johnston is your top receiver. You have a great passer, who's got handcuffs on because that's, the way the coach wants to play. That combination could work out for you if the situation changes. In other words, you're not playing the Raiders or the Panthers anymore, and you're playing the Chiefs and you're down 14-0. You're not handing the ball off to Dobbins, 22 times.
Right.
So that those are, those are a couple examples of guys who, I've been looking at on waivers, and there are, there are a handful of other ones, but it's just a matter of, were they drafted in your league? Were they not drafted in your league? Someone like Smith Najiba, as a third receiver for Seattle, I'm guessing he was drafted in most leagues. But he was, he's only a third receiver. He certainly went low in drafts. Heck, might have even gotten dropped after the week 1 of the season for, God knows what reason. Got 16 targets last week.
Right.
And
now DK's banged up too. Metcalf's banged up.
Yeah. And so, and then, if you're looking at short term, there's a very obvious wide receiver pickup.
Juwan Jennings.
Exactly. Yeah. Hey, we're on the same wavelength. He's been
he likes him.
Third receiver
he's
on a team that only throws the ball to two guys.
Right.
Because they've got a Kittle who catches a lot of balls. They've got McCaffrey, the back, who catches a lot of balls. They don't need and they play a fullback a lot. So when you play a fullback and a tight end, you don't play three receivers. So he only comes in, probably 20 snaps a game, catches 2 or 3 balls, usually important ones. We saw that in the Super Bowl last year. But, is a veteran guy who I would, there's no competition. He's going to step into Debo's spot for however long Debo's out, a couple of weeks maybe. And, they're going to keep throwing the ball. And now the coverage is going to shift over to Ayuk. And so here's Jennings, who I would expect this week, to get certainly a season high target, 6 to 8 targets. He's a guy that catches touchdowns. Even Kittle is banged up some. You don't have McCaffrey to catch or run in these touchdowns in the red zone. I'd take a shot with Jennings to score a touchdown this week.
All right, we'll get to all the good numbers as we get to that game, especially. But I'll say this: Tyler Johnson, 34.5 receiving yards over under. That seems low considering what we're talking about. Let's see here. Is Justin Jefferson the best player in the NFL? We'll keep that simple. I would say yes on my end. What about you?
The best player in the whole league.
Yeah.
He certainly has to rank up there. And
that'll be maybe a fun game we'll talk about here in a minute. But go ahead.
Well, yeah. And this is an interesting. One of the competition is going to get an opportunity this week to demonstrate that he can do what Jefferson has done so well, and that is make a bad quarterback look good. Justin Jefferson last year with Cousins out, and he was even injured some, came back and with very, very bad quarterbacking, still put up some monster numbers late in the year. This year you come back and you're kidding. Sam Darnold is our starting quarterback. Why did I sign the big contract with the team? Well, you know what? Justin Jefferson has made Even Sam Darnold looked good.
Right.
Right. And so that to me gives you a ton of bonus points in a very tight competition. With several other players and players at different positions. But this, Tyreek Hill is someone who is, arguably even a more exciting player, more dynamic. Doesn't catch the same amount of balls as Jefferson, but certainly does more with them after he catches the ball. But now he's in a Jefferson type of situation. He's now this wide receiver who's handcuffed by this quarterback who, looked borderline awful when they brought him in to replace Tua last week. Now they're playing him again this week, and for the foreseeable future. I have Tyreek Hill on my fantasy team. I'm not playing him this week, even against Seattle, which you would think would be a fairly high-scoring game. I just don't trust the quarterback, and I want to see it, before I put him back in the lineup. But like I said, if Tyreek Hill wants to be considered the best player in football, as we've talked about Jefferson being this guy, this is his opportunity. This is his opportunity this week to come out, to catch 2 touchdown passes, or to catch another long one, or whatever it is that indicates that it's not the quarterback that's made me; it's me that makes the quarterback, and like it has happened with Jefferson. So it's an interesting situation to watch.
All right, let's see if we can pick out the fun game. And if you're new to the show, the fun game is the one that has a lot of points, something that we can get behind in the same game parlays, or devote some fantasy daily lineups to as well. And we'll focus mainly at the 1 o'clock because it looks like we're spread about just about evenly everywhere, except we do have a Dallas-Baltimore late afternoon game that could apply as well. Marquee matchup type of game for, the loser of that game is going to be 0-3 or 1-2. So that's interesting right off the bat if you're fading the Cowboys and the Ravens. But for the 1 o'clock's sake, man, if we're trying to find a good one, this is pretty tough to me. Obviously, it'd be better if we do. Jordan Love would actually come back and play. But 37.5 total in the Green Bay Titans game seems low. But, man, you're dead on about the Colts and the Packers last week with that game crawling to an under. And it almost feels like it's the same type of game because you can't trust the Tennessee quarterback worth a lick, it seems like, right now. I guess the obvious fun game to me is the Eagles and the Saints. The Texans concern me with their injuries to keep that a higher scoring game, to be honest, on the road. So that's a little scary to me. I think the obvious one, and it's an elevated line, 49.5. But the Saints have scored a ton of points. You got to figure Philly's at least going to get some points in this game, too. So is that a fun game for you?
Yeah, it's an interesting game because
it's interesting. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I don't quite know what to think of the Saints.
Yes.
How can you not be impressed with their performance?
I was very reserved on them preseason. There's a lot of Saints hate, and I wasn't prepared to go there. I definitely did a wait and see approach, mainly because that's what the coach and the quarterback gave you in previous years. But sometimes it just clicks as you go and you mature and get older. Maybe that's what we're seeing here.
Yeah, and and they came out in the first game. They played Carolina, which we see now doesn't count. But the Dallas game last week was incredibly impressive. And now this week they catch the Eagles without Brown again. And the Eagles are not as good an offensive team without Brown as with him because they really don't have a quality backup.
Yeah, you'd like to see Brown in this game. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and the way the Saints have played offensively, again, forget the first game, but what they did to Dallas last week was incredible. And I mean, the Eagles are a good defensive team. I wouldn't call them an elite defensive team. I think it's possible that the Saints could do it again, not necessarily, scoring like every time they touch the ball, but certainly enough to overpower, an Eagles team that's not at 100%.
And they look very beatable on defense too.
I expect the Saints to win this game. I mean,
Right.
I'm not a Carr fan. I don't think he can, is the guy that's going to take them places. But something's clicking this year. I mean, obviously Kamara has been incredible,
Right.
And Shaheed has developed into a really nice number one. Well, I mean, you still consider Olave.
Yeah, he knows the system.
Out, but
Shaheed's been there a few years now. I mean,
right.
They got the system down, right? I mean, that helps with all these.
But yeah,
all these guys.
as we talked about with the Eagles, the importance of having both their wide receivers going. With Shaheed and with Olave, you've got two really good outside weapons, and a quarterback who, if nothing else, can wing it down the field. Both of those guys, can get deep. And then you've got this running back. I mean, a McCaffrey type who, he catches the ball in the flat, he runs the ball on draw plays. You can use him at any different variety of stuff. So it's, I feel a lot better about them if I trusted the quarterback. But I think that the Saints should be able to put up points in this game. I think the Saints are going to win this game.
I like them too. Yep.
Yeah, it's if they don't win this game, I'm going to kick myself for having been fooled by a team that I didn't think was all that good going in, but they sure look good at this point, and I think they're at home. They're like I said, I'm not big on the Eagles this year. And they stumbled in their last game. You just wonder with a team like that went downhill so quickly last year at the end of the season, that what that game last week, did to them. Are they going to bounce back, which they couldn't do last year, or are they going to, just fold up and go to New Orleans, fall behind early, and then really get, stomped on. So I wouldn't be surprised if they lost this game rather handily.
I think that you might see a Taysom Hill touchdown in this game as well.
He's injured too, though.
Okay.
Yeah, he's not.
100%.
He's certainly, if he's far from 100%. Yeah, I liked what he did in the opening game, but then last week he played very little, and so I don't know. I'd stay away from him. I would, if I went with a touchdown score in this game, short of Kamara, who would be the obvious choice,
minus 180, the big favorite.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'd look at Shaheed as a guy to score a touchdown in this game.
Plus 185. Good number on that. All right, we'll throw him on a ticket. We'll go ahead and start and get one going. Okay, do you have the same concerns as I do about the Texans and Vikings being a high-flying game? Nico's banged up. You talked about Mixon. Dalton Schultz is banged up. But still decent wide receivers. But only a 500 team when it comes to the over-under last season. And we saw the low-scoring game against the Bears on Sunday night. Concerns on the road for the Texans putting up points. Do you have any?
Well, I still have confidence that they're going to get it done offensively. The thing about this game is you have a Texans team without their star running back, what you would think means more passing, and you got a Minnesota team where Jones, either is being phased out or is not 100%.
He's not 100% either. And
I think that they're a team that's going to have to throw the ball more to be effective. So I think that you have two teams here that are going to throw the ball a lot, and I think that'll lead to points. The more throwing you got, the more times the clock stops, the more times you put the ball at risk in a sack where you fumble or you have a pass intercepted. I think that that both of these teams are capable of scoring, and I'd be surprised if both of these teams didn't score in the 20s. And what kind of number they put on this game?
45.5.
Yeah, I mean, that's if both teams score in the 20s, then you're probably going to get the 45.5. And so it's not a wow. I got to jump on this one. That number is awfully low kind of game, because both of these teams, like you said, Houston last week and has not, and they've had some injuries. They didn't look that good last week. They're not firing yet.
Right. They can win on defense, I think, to be honest. I think their defense is decent.
They will start firing at some point, in which case then you want to jump on the bandwagon rather than trying to predict, when that first week is going to be. We saw Minnesota against the 49ers, put up a pretty good defensive effort. And so this is, I would look at passing numbers in this game, but I'm not completely sold that this is our game.
All right, I got plus 130 for Jefferson for a touchdown. That's pretty good, right?
Yes, it is.
All right, so let's plug him on a ticket. Your Texan most likely Diggs. I mean, he's a Minnesota guy, right? He's played there before. Maybe an effort to get him the ball, especially if there's no Nico. Although Nico is listed on my touchdown score, so maybe you assume he's a go. But Diggs a plus 160.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he
can just disappear on you like no other. That's
like I said. I mean, I still think the Texans are trying to figure themselves out. I want to see it, before I start jumping on things. Like I said, I think that Pierce, could be a really nice find for fantasy. It could be really nice. Could land himself a really nice running back position. He's had an opportunity there before. He hasn't necessarily taken advantage of it, but that was before Stroud really emerged as this great quarterback, and before they brought in these three receivers that are probably the best trio in the league. So I think he'll have a better opportunity to succeed there once he settles in. Is this going to be the week, or is it going to be next week? I don't know. So I'm just not sure what to expect from the Texans right now. So I'll shy away from them.
Okay, 10-4. Anything else of the Giants? The Giants game, the Bears game, and the other one would be the Packers game.
I mean, there's a lot of bad matchups this week. I mean, low-scoring matchup. The Giants in Cleveland, I can't imagine that being a whole lot of points scored there.
38.5, yeah.
The Chargers and the Steelers, that has got to be among the lowest scoring games on the
35.5 there. Yep.
That's it. And then Denver and Tampa Bay, I don't see that, but necessarily being a high scoring game. And that leaves us, and I agree with something you said before about the Green Bay Tennessee game. This reminds me of the Green Bay Indy game. I mean, there's, Green Bay, I'm presuming that Love is not going to play again.
Right.
Which means Green Bay will try to run the ball all day long. And then Tennessee, like you said, Green Bay hasn't been good against the run this year, and Tennessee hasn't been good throwing the ball yet. And, they wait for Hopkins to get healthy. I don't know what his situation is. So I can see them running the ball a lot in this game. So I don't see that being a high-scoring game. I think the sleeper points game is going to be the Bears and the Colts. And I think there's actually a couple of really good plays in this game. One is the the Colts have played Houston and Green Bay so far. Houston does not have a running quarterback, and Green Bay was playing their backup quarterback, who's not a big runner necessarily. They've allowed 10 rushes for 54 yards to those teams. I mean, those teams that should be getting 10 yards quarterback rushing. Now they play Caleb Williams, who has struggled so far, but he's in a game against another quarterback who's going to be running all the time. And I'm thinking that this will get him thinking about more of a running mode. I think that Indy has allowed running to quarterbacks. Caleb Williams is an elite runner when he wants to be. The Bears need to do something to get their offense ignited. They haven't gotten any success out of their running back position this year. I think Caleb Williams, will have a really good running game this week. I would look for him, over his rushing yard total for this game, which I'm guessing is going to be in the 20s, and look for him to score a touchdown. Like I said, because the Bears don't, they haven't gotten anything out of the running back position this year. And in the meantime, Indy at home last year was a very high-scoring team, and they can be an exciting team. They will, I think they're capable of putting up big numbers at home. If the Bears are scoring, I think Indy will score, and I think Williams is the key there. So, I think that I would take both the quarterbacks over the rushing number and both the quarterbacks to score touchdowns in this game.
Richardson over under rushing yards is 39.5. Caleb Williams, you'll like this number, is at 22.5. For a touchdown for Williams, you'll like this, plus 260. And a touchdown for Richardson is at even money, plus 100. And if you take those two guys, add a Shaheed and a Justin Jefferson, you're now getting 44-1.
Well, with Williams, if Williams is going to, I don't know if they allow you to parlay two things with the same guy, but if Williams,
his rushing, we can do that with his rushing yards.
Yes, I mean, if he's going to get a TD, you would think he's also going to get his rushing yards.
Honestly,
I think they go well together.
So we go from 44-1 to 64-1.
So what you said his rushing number was 22?
22.5, yep. And if you want to get greedy, I can take you up to 40, to be honest, because you're getting plus 320 for that.
I mean, I don't think we need to be greedy on this team.
Okay, all right.
And Richardson's rushing total
39.5. That's the one that could bite you if he gets 38.
Yeah, right. That's a big number.
Or they kneel the ball down at the end of the game when he has 42.
Where he loses yards. Yes, Williams to me is much more attractive in terms of the yardage and the TD. Although Richardson to me is as likely as in any game is as likely as any Colt to score a touchdown. Is a 50-50 that if they score 3 touchdowns in this game, which I would expect, and he's 50-50 to get, he's as likely as anybody else. Then I would think that he would get one of their 3 touchdowns. So, that I take the touchdown ahead of the yardage with him. But I think that, like I said, I think this game we're at Chicago, I wouldn't feel the same way.
Right.
But these games at Indy,
they go high
tend to be track meets, and like I said, I think that it's crazy thinking perhaps, but I just think that Caleb Williams at this point, we saw him in college, and he was a great runner. I mean, we're not talking about a guy who was a running quarterback who could also throw. I mean, this is a passing quarterback who could also run. But I don't think they've unleashed him yet as a runner in the NFL. I think that, he's being cautioned or what have you to, hey, look, you're the franchise quarterback. We don't need you, running 8 times down the middle of the field and getting injured like these other running quarterbacks do. But that said, I mean, 22 yards, he's fully capable of running 22 yards on the third play of the game.
Right.
And so that, that seems awfully low. And I think that, he has a Mahomes in him. We all know that. I mean, he's a guy who loves to throw the ball on the run, loves to be scrambling, loves to and the more energy you get scrambling, moving around, the more likely you're going to tuck that ball under and run it yourself and put up some big numbers. So this is a perfect spot for him.
And if on a separate ticket, if you want to get super greedy, then you can get 12-1 on Caleb Williams to rush for 60 yards.
That would be interesting. That would be something to put on a greedy ticket,
right?
Because we like I said, we've seen him in college, bust off 30, 40, 50-yard runs, and so even if it's just a 30-yarder, then you're halfway there. And like I said, I don't think once he has a little success running the ball, I think he could go overboard.
Yeah, there's a big sign over the Lucas Oil Stadium players entrance that says "Check your defense at the door." Not allowed on the field. So,
what was the 60 yards was at what price?
12-1. See, this is why we do this show. We can find great nuggets like this. And also, if you want to go on a greedy, if you're a 2-touchdown player out there, and if you do a 2-touchdown with Richardson and Caleb Williams, Richardson is plus 650, Caleb Williams 22-1. So your $10 bet will pay over $1,000 just for those two guys to score too. So not bad either. Okay, let's get to our usual suspects. Let's get back to a bad game. And you talked about it a little bit already with the Chargers and the Steelers. Steelers minus 1.5. That's too cheap for you. Steelers win this game at home, right?
Yes. I mean, you talk about a team.
This could be an alt line, maybe a little bit. Win by 10 points.
I would agree. I mean, you talk about a team that's benefited from the schedule so far, or I talked about it actually, and the Steelers could not have asked for a better schedule coming out of the gate, and here we go. I mean, they're back at home and they're playing. To me, the most overrated team in football. I mean, the line here is telling us the Chargers are the better team. Chargers are not the better team in this game. Now, the Steelers are no great shakes themselves, but you're talking about a playoff contender, a team that you can write it in every year is going to win 9 games, 8, 9, maybe 10 sometimes.
Right.
This is a team that's going to win 8 or 9 games, and a Chargers team that I still think you're going to project to win 5 games. The Steelers are the better team here. They should be favored by. I'm shocked. They should be favored by 5.5 in this game. And they've been great on defense, and now they play another terrible offensive team. They could really suffocate this team. So I'm shocked that the line is so low.
Justin Fields, is this the weekend he finds the end zone?
Well,
running the ball.
This game, I think, is going to be very low scoring.
Right.
I don't know that I can recommend, going over on anything this week. I mean, other than the fact that if, Harris remains basically their only running back, right?
Right. I do have Jalen Warren listed here.
That to me makes a big difference if he's coming back.
And he's plus 350 if he plays.
Well, if he comes back, that means more running for Pittsburgh, and even less points scored in the game. So, and without a single running back getting the 25 carries or 28 carries or whatever it would be if one guy were handling the ball. So I'm going to, I would recommend in this game just take Pittsburgh. Don't worry about how it's going to get done.
Let's not get cute. We'll take the spread. Okay. Same philosophy with Tampa Bay and Denver. I like Tampa to win at home. I mean, I think that's a quite fine survivor pick if you want to use Tampa Bay this week in survivor pool. You can probably figure this out, Dave, if no one's told you. But most of the survivor pools have been completely demolished at this point. In fact, I'm in one survivor left where I'm one of 3 people standing left. And the other ones who started with close to 200 people have about 20 people left. So in some cases, 90% of the fields have been wiped out through 2 weeks. If I had to trust someone this week, I can put Tampa on that list. I mean, the Denver quarterback, they had a great preseason. There's no question about that. But now that they're in the regular season, they were winning the game week 1 at Seattle. And then Seattle came back and had a nice second half to win. The Pittsburgh's defense stymied them again last week on the road. Now, you say Tampa Bay, they do have a good defense, but they do have some injury concerns on that side of the ball as well. I mean, you got some key players banged up like Vita Vea, Winfield Jr., et cetera. But I think too much firepower at the end of the day. So I like Tampa Bay at home. So your thoughts on that?
Well, yeah. I mean, what are they, 7.5-point favorite?
6.5. So less than 7. Well, I could see them winning by double digits.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I mean, I agree with everything you said there. I mean, Denver, we've seen this already twice. I mean, Denver played Seattle, which is basically a 500 team. They played Pittsburgh, which is basically a 500 team. Now they're playing Tampa, who, is certainly at the level of those 2 teams, maybe slightly ahead of those 2 teams. And, yeah, Denver's kept the score close, but they've lost. And now they go across the country with their rookie quarterback who didn't do as well in week 2 as he did in week 1. And so, this looks like a fairly easy win for Tampa for me.
And you can say this too. I mean, you're not going to have a lot of coaches who have familiarity with Sean Payton. But Bowles has been around long enough where he's very familiar with him. I mean, I think that helps Tampa Bay in itself. Bowles, to me, very underrated coach. Do you have anything to say about that?
Not particularly.
Okay.
I mean, you've got to give them credit for, keeping the team afloat. I mean, you would have thought that they were headed downhill, especially after, losing Brady. Man, they had a really good season. They came on really strong toward the end of last year. The quarterback obviously gets a lot of credit for that.
Kept the team together for the most part.
Yeah, but we've talked about this many times. The quarterback success, especially those who have struggled earlier in their career, so much of their success is based upon just finding the right system, being put in a position to win, and that's what Tampa's done. I mean, Tampa's got they're a little bit like Seattle in that they've got solid receivers, they've got a solid running back, not great, not elite, but good enough that they can beat you in a variety of ways. Not by scoring 35 points every game, but they'll score in the 20s every time, and then put the pressure on you to try to outscore them. This is just not a good. I mean, a rookie quarterback, a below-average team. A team coming off a very bad offensive game last week. Nothing about this game says look for Denver to rebound.
All right. Any touchdown scores on Tampa's part? You want to?
Well, I mean, the most intriguing one would be, because White is injured, or not
unknown right now. I have him listed, but yes, he is on the injured.
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly not going to be. They already are. I don't want to say phasing him out, but they're already taking carries and touches and targets away from him and giving them to.
Is it Irving?
Yes, Irving.
Yep.
So you're talking about a guy this week. Kind of like we talked about Charbonnet last week with Seattle.
Right. Yeah. Good call.
It may not be the the greatest, most talented running back, but give him the ball 12 to 15 times, throw him the ball 4 or 5 times. In other words, put him in a position where he's getting a lot of what White would normally get. I think even if White plays, you're going to see Irving playing probably more than half the game because of White's not at 100%. Of course, if White doesn't play at all, then Irving becomes a lot stronger play to score a touchdown, to get yardage. So I think that someone like that, the line is probably going to be too low on him because of the uncertainty of how much he's playing and what's this guy all about. I take a look at the price on him. Again, you don't have a quarterback who scores touchdowns. Certainly not a big running quarterback, scores a lot of touchdowns. Get down by the goal line.
Except last week. You're right.
Well, right. Yeah, but you hit down by the goal line, it's going to be the running back, who scores majority of their touchdowns. And so if he's that guy, and you get him at a nice price, that to me would be, kind of a sleeper play for me in this game.
Plus 270 for a touchdown for Bucky Irving. And if you add him to the ticket of Jefferson, Rashid Shaheed, Caleb Williams, Anthony Richardson, all to have a touchdown, and Caleb Williams to rush for 22.5 yards. The addition of Bucky Irving now makes this ticket 239-1.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten to the good games yet.
Okay. All right. Let's see here. Anything else I like in this game myself? Not particularly. But survivor worthy, I think, with Tampa Bay. Okay. Me and you last year, when Andy Dalton got into the game for Carolina, or was able to play against Seattle, we expected the Carolina Panthers to play better. They did. And then it only took a week or two later. I don't even think it took 2 weeks. And then Andy Dalton was right back on the bench. And Bryce Young did what Bryce Young does. And that was absolutely nothing. And Carolina was never relevant after that. Here we go. Andy Dalton now gets put in as the starter. Bryce Young to the bench. Do you expect Carolina now as 6.5-point underdogs to play better and keep this game not even close, but with a good chance to even win against your Raiders in Vegas Sunday afternoon? That starts the 4 o'clock window. I think Dalton gives them an automatic boost, right?
No.
Okay.
I mean, you're assuming that the problem has been the quarterback, and the problem with Carolina is
everything right.
They've made small progress offensively. They brought in Deontay Johnson, who should be helping them. They drafted a running back pretty high who's going to be the future, but he's injured. He's not playing. They've got no running game, and they're still a bad offensive team. You cannot overstate how poorly they played last week. And the Chargers are, they might be the second worst team in the league, certainly bottom 5. And that was embarrassing how bad Carolina was in that game. We now look back on the New Orleans game and say, New Orleans stomped on Dallas. So, what they did to Carolina maybe wasn't as embarrassing as we thought the first week. But the fact is, they didn't compete in that game at all. They didn't compete last week against a very similar opponent. That was at home. For the life of me, I don't know why the Raiders aren't a 17-point favorite in this game. And, they're not that good of a team where they should be. But crying out loud, the Raiders don't win this game by 10 points. Something's wrong. And they're coming off their biggest win. They had a win over Kansas City last year, but they're coming off a one of
it's very nice win
in the last 10 years. And they have to be excited about that. And now they won last week in a way that you wouldn't expect them to win. By throwing the ball around. This week they can get right back to what they want to be. Hand the ball to White, throw the ball short to Bowers.
Yeah, Bowers getting involved now.
Mix in Adams a little bit. I think Carolina, they won't shoot themselves in the foot as much with Dalton. They'll move the ball better. They'll kick some field goals. I still don't, I don't see how Carolina scores 14 points in this game. And if the Raiders can't put up 24 points against this team, the Chargers, Charger bad offensive team, basically called off the Dogs last week in the fourth quarter. It was so bad, and again, that was on the road. This is the Raiders at home. I'm going to be shocked if they don't win this game by at least a touchdown. I think White, is going to get a ton of carries in this game. I think Bowers will once again get a lot of targets. The way the Raiders want to play. They want to run the ball. They want to throw the ball short. Adams does a good job catching short passes. Bowers, of course, has come 9 targets last week, 98 yards for a second game rookie. And here's the easiest opponent they've had so far. So I think it all looks good for the Raiders this week.
I got a plus number at over 1.5 touchdowns for Minshew for passing at plus 142. His baseline for passing is 217.5. Both of those over then?
I wouldn't necessarily. I don't see why they would have to throw the ball. I mean, Chargers,
Zamir White.
Last week, yes, Quentin Johnston's caught 2 touchdown passes last week, and you can't just run the ball all day long. But they're going to try to. Yeah, I think White is going to be a guy who
minus 115 for a touchdown for him.
He'd be my favorite this week to lead the league in carries. I think he's going to get a great opportunity. I can see him going over 100 yards. I can see him scoring a touchdown or 2. The situation is exactly what the Raiders want. They're not going to get a better situation than this all season long to showcase the type of team that they want to be. And here it is. Here's our opportunity to jump on White right now in a perfect situation.
Okay, so Zamir White minus 115. If we add him for a touchdown to that ticket of Caleb Williams touchdown and rushing over, Richardson touchdown, Shaheed touchdown, Jefferson touchdown, Irving touchdown. The addition of Zamir White takes it from 240 to 1 now up to let's see here, 464 to 1.
What's White's rushing total?
You know what? The rushing props are actually off the board.
Oh, okay.
For rushing numbers. So those will pop up here soon, I'm assuming. But expect a big, heavy workload and the carries over, right?
Yes. And again, if you look at just average yards, if you're basing your over under on a rushing total for White based on his average so far this week, so far this season, it's going to be skewed a bit because last week they got in a situation where they had to throw the ball a lot.
Right.
And so if that keeps the number down, say in the 60s, man, I think that would be a very strong play because you're talking about a guy. This isn't like, sure, the Chargers backs had big rushing numbers last week as a tandem, but this isn't a tandem with the Raiders. This is going to be the guy that's going to get 2/3 of their carries unless they get 3 touchdowns ahead in the fourth quarter, which is possible. And so, you're looking at one guy getting all the numbers here. And so I think this could be, I could easily see him going over 100 yards.
All right. Last week was all the underdogs. See, I thought the public could have a very good week last week. It was quite the opposite. It was a bloodbath for the sports players. But maybe this is the week we do jump on all the favorites where it kind of zigs and zags. Because right now we have Raiders as a favorite at home. Tampa Bay is a favorite at home. Steelers, the Saints, all favorites at home, who could actually win by double digits at all these games.
Well, like we've talked about, this is a good time to take advantage of,
the public perception, everything going
exactly,
on.
Exactly. The Chargers are 2-0. They must be. Harbaugh, Coach of the Year. They must be really improved. No, you need to take a little closer look at their season so far. Which has been, they're 2-0, and congratulations on that because they could easily be 1-1 right now if they had come out and had to play poorly in the first game. But they're 2-0 and they're playing a team this week, a non-elite team. They certainly can't complain about the schedule. Even this week, they play another team that they should be able to compete with if they were, going to be a team that's going to be a 500 team this year. I just don't see that, though.
All right, do we add the Seahawks to this list? 4.5-point favorites at home against the Dolphins. You already said it's going to be hard for anyone to play Tyreek Hill this week with Skylar Thompson as the quarterback. 42.5. The total here. Seahawks, they're 2-0. They win a scrappy game, just like you said. They even said, I think you said called for the overtime, I think, with Seattle and New England last week. And surely enough, that's what happened. Seahawks come home 2-0. As long as the trip as you can take in the NFL is going from Miami to Seattle. And a hostile environment, I'm sure, when this game kicks off. Sunday afternoon. So, do you like the Seahawks at home here?
I've got the teams who are flying to Berlin on the call right now.
Right.
They want to dispute something you just said.
Right.
You would think so. I don't have any idea of what to expect from Skylar Thompson. Yes, we did see him play about half a game last week, but I'll say this for him. He was a lot better at the end of that game than he was when he first came in. Now, they were losing by 3 touchdowns by that point, and I'm sure the coverage he was seeing was softer and what have you. But he just seemed like he was, more of a legitimate NFL backup quarterback. In other words, you were throwing Gardner Minshew or Sam Darnold or somebody like that into the game rather than some guy out of the the UFL league or whatever it's called. And so I'm not sure what to expect from him this week. I do know this, I cannot believe that Miami last week decided it was a good idea to run Achane 22 times, and even when they fell behind he didn't carry as much as he had early on in the game. What kind of a game plan was it? He's just not. He's not that kind of a back. He's not Connor or Jacobs or even Zamir White for that matter. Kind of guy that you're just going to keep handing it to behind a powerful offensive line. This is an injury waiting to happen, but yet that was their strategy last week, and that was even before Tua got injured. Now that they don't have a quarterback, or a good quarterback anyway, you got to believe that this is going to be their strategy again. This guy is so good. He's our best chance of breaking one, of scoring touchdowns, and even guys that had 7 targets last week. I think that Miami's going to feed him the ball a lot, and I just don't trust the Seattle defense. I mean, Seattle over the years, Seattle we all remember as having the elite level defense 7 or 8 years ago. They've gone kind of steadily downhill, not to where they're terrible, but to where they're very average. It wouldn't surprise me if Miami, given their weapons, is able to stay in this game with a couple of big plays. So no, I wouldn't. I can't recommend taking Seattle and laying points in this game. I do think they're going to win, but I just think Miami, at the uncertainty of Thompson, to me, I'm not convinced that he's terrible. And maybe it will be after this game.
Right.
But, we'll see. But I still, they still have their offensive weapons. And while I don't like the strategy from a long-term standpoint, because Achane can't be this kind of back, if this is going to be their strategy going into this game, then I like that in terms of, well, you know what? If we absolutely positively have to win this game, then we're going to burn this guy even if he gets hurt. Bad idea long-term, good idea short-term. So, and we're talking short-term here, I think he's good enough to keep Miami in this game. You've still got the Seattle starting running back injured.
Right.
I don't think they ruled him out, but didn't play last week. They see now there's no reason to rush him back as they plug in Charbonnet, and he does a decent job. But he's not the starting running back either. So I don't see Seattle as being a team that's going to blow out a whole lot of teams. Denver went up there obviously in week 1, was very competitive.
Right.
I would think that Miami, unless the quarterback really lays an egg, I think Miami could be competitive in this game. I expect
it's a fair fight at the end of the day. Okay.
I expect a big game out of Achane.
Don't get shocked if Miami wins this game somehow. Okay.
No, but like I said, but the thing is, that like I said, the extreme is you just don't know what you're getting from the quarterback.
That's it.
We've seen backup quarterbacks go in the NFL, and oh my God, what is this guy doing on the roster?
Right.
Terrible.
Right.
And this guy should be better than that. He should have been playing the whole preseason. You didn't play your regular quarterback in the preseason. Or who were you playing? So this guy should be experienced in some way. I think last week will help him. If I'm right that he looked better late in the game than he did earlier on in the game, and that is attributable to him feeling more comfortable, then given a long week of practice, he should be better off in this game against a very average defensive team. So, I can't count on that. He could. I mean, if he plays as poorly as he did when he first went in the game last week, then this could get real embarrassing. So I don't know. I don't know quite what to think of this game, other than the fact that if based on last week, based on the uncertainty of the quarterback, I can, fully convinced that this team's going to come out running the ball, and that could lead to big things for Achane.
I could see both of these running backs score. Achane's minus 110. Charbonnet's minus 110 as well. If we just take Achane and put him on our ticket, now we're up to 858 to 1 odds. All right. Is it worth throwing Charbonnet on here too?
Well, I just, not without knowing I think he has a chance to score a touchdown, even if Walker returns as the running back this week. And I think he'd have a really good chance of scoring a touchdown, really good chance if Walker doesn't play this week.
We'll save him for the 4 p.m.
Miami's not going to hold Seattle, under the 20s. In Miami defensively, even the game against Buffalo, we're just not a great offensive team. Buffalo moved the ball real easily against Miami. I don't see Miami's defense rising to the occasion because the quarterback got hurt. It's going to have to come down to Miami's offense, playing well enough to score into the 20s and maybe only lose this game 24-21 or 26-23 or something. I think Seattle is going to score, minimum of 3 touchdowns in this game, and the running back is going to get 1 or 2 of them against Miami's defense. So if it's Charbonnet, then you could, if I knew he was playing full time in this game, I'd say he's a good play to score twice.
Right.
Well, without knowing that, yes, I think he's a better than 50-50 play to score once.
And we can always just save him for a 4 p.m. ticket. Wait for that last second injury report when you find out if Walker's going to play or not. But if you look at the 2 touchdowns, Charbonnet's plus 600, Achane plus 650. So if you want to get greedy at 4 p.m., you can add those 2 guys together. Not the biggest payout in the world, but you'll get close to 25 to 1, maybe a little bit better for those 2 guys to score.
Well,
2 touchdowns.
If we got our greedy ticket that has Williams rushing for over 60 yards and Charbonnet to score 2 touchdowns, that's a good start for a greedy ticket.
Right. I'll have to send you one via the text and get your approval on that over the weekend. Let's see here. Next game on the board for us, as it wants to default me back to the baseball lines. All right, here we go. What are they trying to tell me, Dave? What are they trying to tell me? Okay, Detroit minus 3, 51.5 is the over-under in Arizona. These 2 teams play fun games when they play down here in Arizona. That's for sure. They've had some ping-pong matchups back in the day. Obviously, 51.5 is always a lot of points in an NFL game. It always sounds like the Sunday afternoon sucker play, too. When you get to the second quarter and it's 7-0 Lions, you're like, why did I bet this over 51.5? Complete misery. But my earlier analogy with the Jets kind of, didn't play so well week 1 and kind of clunky week 2, much better week 3. I would kind of expect that from Detroit. And you were expecting Detroit to clean things up last week, but a good pesky Tampa Bay team beats them at home. And we saw what the Arizona Cardinals did to the Rams. We couldn't figure out for the life why the Rams were an underdog in that game. And I guess we know why now, because they lost by 31 points to Arizona. So a potential for a lot of points here, or would you just want to maybe try to take a stab at Detroit riding the ship and take them minus the easy field goal against Arizona?
Well, like you said, I mean, how can you go against Arizona in this game, given how well they played last week, incredibly well, but also now that we look back at week 1,
right?
And they have that was a real, at the time I was saying, Who did they play in week 1?
Buffalo, and you could have
That's what I thought.
you
Yeah.
could think, oh, well, Buffalo looks bad. They let Arizona come score a lot of points.
Yeah, I mean, I thought.
Or maybe it's the
going into
opposite.
Buffalo,
It's true.
I thought Buffalo going into the season was a bit overrated, and maybe a team going downhill, but they've shown no indication of that yet. So looking back to the Arizona game in week 1, you think, well, okay, well, that was a good competitive effort. And then week 2, a fabulous effort. I mean, New Orleans level effort last week. And the biggest thing last week that I saw in watching some of the game was Murray has decided that Harrison is his guy. And he's going to look to Harrison like the Minnesota quarterbacks look to Jefferson. It seems like almost every play he gets the first look. And then down by the goal line, he gets that look. And it just has a chance to be a lethal combination, I think, in the NFL. Harrison had his first big game last week. Only 8 targets last week, but caught 2 touchdown passes, and that's only 8 targets because they didn't need to throw the ball. In the fourth quarter of that game, they were winning that game so easily. I think this game here, you mentioned it. This could be a real shootout, and I think that Harrison, if he gets more looks than you would think he would, because I think they're going to be throwing the ball a whole lot more in this game. And then, you got Jameson Williams on the other side of the field, who's not at Harrison's level, but at one point was considered to be. I mean, coming out of college, this guy was as good a receiver as anybody. Has not, has gotten into some trouble. Has not lived up to the expectations. Finally, last year, showed some glimpses, and now this year has come out and is getting a lot more attention. On a team where he's a perfect fit. We've talked about this before. You've got St. Brown running short patterns. You've got Laporta running behind the linebackers. You've got Gibbs out there in the flat. You've got a real tough between the tackles running back. It's like everything about those 4 guys tell you, let's move the defense closer to the line of scrimmage. Let's not allow them to get this short stuff. And then now you've got this speedster on the outside taking advantage of defenses they're coming up, and he's running by them. Who would have thought that 11 targets last week? Jameson Williams? I mean, really? And if Jameson Williams is getting 8 targets in a game, he's going to score a touchdown. And this is the kind of game where, I think Harrison, it could have a really big game. I think Williams could have a really big game. And I think this game has a potential. I would pick it to be the highest scoring game of the week. I can understand why the total is so high. I just think this is going to be a shootout.
All right. We're going to add Marvin Harrison Jr. and Jameson Williams to the touchdown ticket.
Well, the list is getting awfully big.
It is.
But
we're going to win $55,000 if we do.
You got to have something. You got to have something on the. I mean, if these guys are scoring touchdowns, then maybe you just take the quarterbacks to throw 2 touchdowns apiece.
Right. Interesting. Yeah.
That would be less greedy, and then maybe throw the Williams 2 TDs, or I think Harrison's more likely to score 2 TDs, but Williams a TD and Harrison a TD onto our greedy ticket.
Right, 10-4. If we add each quarterback to get 2 passing touchdowns, we're getting 2,500 to 1. So $10 wins 25,000.
And we still got games to go.
We still have games to go. Okay, so we'll take 2 touchdown passes each. Jared Goff and Kyler Murray. Goff worries me a little bit. We've been as big of Goff fans as any here in recent years, the 3 years we've been doing this show. And I remember when they kind of wrote him off for dead, and I was like, man, Dave, I'm not so sure about it. Jared Goff, I'm not convinced he's a bad quarterback, and you agreed with me. And then all he's done is go on this great run for Detroit ever since. But not off to a good start here the first 2 weeks. Goff.
No, but what I like is he's throwing the ball a lot.
Right.
I don't have the stats in front of me, but I got to believe he's top 3 in passing attempts.
Okay. Yep.
So far, and that's a good thing. I mean, you keep throwing the ball. We know that Montgomery is a touchdown scorer. They get down by the goal line.
Yep.
They want to run the ball in. So Goff's never going to be one of these guys, or say very rarely is going to be one of these guys who gives you 3 touchdowns, 4 touchdowns in a game.
Goff is number 1 in passing attempts in the league.
Yeah, I mean, if he keeps throwing the ball 50 times a game, they're going to get into the end, especially when you have someone like Williams on your team, and Gibbs for that matter, who are guys who can, catch and run for long distances for score. So, if you told me he was going to play, pass the ball 50 times a game over the course of the season, I would say he's going to finish in the top 5 in TD passes. So, the numbers haven't borne that out yet. But what I do like, kind of like a running back who keeps running the ball 20 to 25 times. That guy's going to find the end zone eventually. Quarterback should throw the ball 50 or more times. That guy's going to throw TD passes. And so I think this is a good spot. We're only talking about 2 TDs here. I'm not talking about 3 or 4 or whatever, which is possible in this game. But 2 TDs, if he throws the ball 45 times, he's going to have 2 TDs in this game.
Let's see here. 2 touchdown scores. St. Brown's 8-1. Gibbs plus 470. Harrison 11-1. Just throwing some different numbers out there.
Oh, you're talking about 2 TDs.
Jameson's
I'd look at
15-1.
Williams and Harrison to score 1 touchdown.
Right. Okay.
On our greedy.
On the greedy 4 p.m. only ticket.
What's that? What's that?
So if they score 1 touchdown each, they are Harrison's plus 145. Jameson Williams is plus 195. So a little bit better than 5-1. Closer to 6-1. For those 2 guys to have 1 touchdown.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a game you're going to watch to have over type props going.
Right.
I think that's going to be a high scoring game. If you're afraid, I don't like to play overs that are in the 50s in the NFL. Okay, that makes sense. Well, then here's a way to take advantage of that. Give me Goff for 2 TDs, give me Murray for 2 TDs, and there's a good chance that both are going to hit. And even if just one of them hits, then I break even. And that same thing with the Williams touchdown and Harrison touchdown. You play them each to score a touchdown. If one of them hits, you win money. So both of them hit, and you have a little parlay between the 2 of them. Then you got yourself a nice intake.
Close to 10-1 if they both have a 30-yard catch.
Interesting. That's you would think, especially Williams. That's a specialty. So you're good at finding these things. I like that.
All right. Next game on our list will be the Rams and the 49ers. 43.5. And you said earlier these. And I think the natural thought is that this is going to be an under game just because from the injury standpoint alone. But you said it yourself. No. These teams are not going to stop throwing the ball at the end of the day. And the coach's mindset are going to put this game, I think, over the total of 43.5. So points in this one?
Well, I'm the Rams game last week. As Kupp got injured, their offense really went south. Now, they've had a week to prepare differently. They're not going to come out and run the ball against the 49ers effectively. They're going to have to throw the ball. The Vikings had some success, with Darnold at quarterback throwing the ball against the 49ers. So I would still think that, yes, I think that's good. That's got to be the way that the Rams are going to think they can compete in this game. But I think the 49ers are the better team. I think they're coming off a loss. They're not going to lose that much this year. And yeah, they have injuries, but McCaffrey's injured. They've plugged in a nice running back in his place. So Debo's injured. Okay, well, they still have Ayuk in there, and now that you plug in Jennings, who's not nearly in Debo's league, but you got a coach that gets receivers open, and so I think the 49ers are the better team here. I think that I just can't imagine them losing 2 in a row at this point. I think they come into this game in better shape than the Rams do. And I think the whole Rams passing concept is, we'll throw the ball to Nakua short over here on the right. We'll throw it to Kupp short over here on the left, and we'll move the chains. We'll mix in a little running with Williams, and both of your receiving weapons are gone. I mean, and they're kind of irreplaceable guys. I mean, yeah, you can put in, Tyler Johnson and DeMarcus Robinson and these guys, but they're more down the field threats. You have to play the game a little bit differently when you're playing those guys. I think that's going to take a while to adjust to. I think the 49ers don't play the game differently at all when Mason goes in there to replace McCaffrey. I mean, maybe they throw the ball less to the back, but they're certainly running the ball as much as they ever did. And it's going to be interesting. Again, I think Jennings is going to be a nice sleeper this week in terms of, number of catches, number of yards. Maybe he scores touchdowns as well. I think he's the guy from all the guys in this game. I think he's the one that you're going to want on a ticket.
All right, Jennings is over under 43.5 for his receiving yards. We can probably throw him on a greedy ticket with alternate yards as well. Let's see. We'll just bring that up real quick just for the heck of it. If he gets 70 yards, he'll get plus 250. 60 yards plus 172 if you want to go greedy.
What's he for TD?
For a touchdown, he's 2-1, which is a great price for our ticket going on that we have here now. And we'll plug that in. And again, I've mentioned earlier, Tyler Johnson, 34.5 on the Rams side for his receiving yards. So you'll get a nice plus price if you go alternate over on him as well. So that could be another greedy angle. Let's see here. Again, they take me back to the baseball lines. So I got to take the long way around. Touchdown scorer, Juwan Jennings, 2-1. And if we add him to our ticket now, which is, on again, a repeat, I'll work my way backwards. Goff and Murray, both for 2 passing touchdowns. An anytime touchdown by Achane, Bucky Irving, Zamir White, Anthony Richardson, Caleb Williams, Justin Jefferson, Rashid Shaheed. We'll add in some Caleb Williams over 22.5 rushing yards. But now our ticket with Juwan Jennings, $10, now wins $76,000. And you can round robin this too and take, like, for example, if we just take 6 of these guys and we'll just throw 25 cents on there, we could come out with $75 on a 25-cent bet if we do that and, only hit like 6 of this list. So that's one way to get a little bit of insurance as well and still come out a little bit of a winner. So Jennings 2-1 with that. And then again, if you want to get greedy, maybe him and Johnson on some receiving yards over. Okay. How about this? The Chiefs defense has historically, I don't think anyone has ever done this, but they've given up the most tight end receptions in back-to-back weeks. Did you see that?
Well, I know that that they've given up 25.
25 is the number, yep.
And look, lo and behold, my least favorite tight end on the other team here.
He's going on our ticket. Here we go. All right, yeah.
And he's he did catch a TD that first game, but he was back to his old self last week. But
a nice win on the road for Atlanta and Cousins, and that's going to give them a little bit of a boost coming home to play the Chiefs, right? And then obviously you said it too. The Chiefs have to figure out their running game, so it's an interesting one. -3 for Kansas City, 46.5. So what do you got?
Well, I mean, you've got to play Pitts, right? I mean, if he's ever going to have a good game. I mean, what is it about, that the Chiefs' defense against tight ends that not just one opponent, but the one opponent did it, the second opponent saw that they did it, the second opponent went ahead and did it themselves. Now the third opponent has seen what the first two teams are doing. They've got a tight end who they think is pretty good, the tight end who wants more balls thrown to him. Atlanta's passing game has not been great so far, but it could be a lot better if they ever got the tight end involved. This is the time for it. I mean, this is a week where if you trust Pitts, this is his week. At the same time, the Falcons have an interesting stat. Their defense has given up 27 rushing attempts to quarterbacks in 2 games.
Wow.
That's almost impossible.
Right.
So here they go against Mahomes, who's not a running quarterback, but can scramble. There's got to be, again, you would say blindly, based on these two numbers, based on the fact that the Chiefs defense has allowed 25 tight end receptions, and the fact that the Falcons defense has allowed 27 rushing attempts by the quarterback, you would think that there's something wrong with the defense. There's just something that there's a flaw. And, they'll work to fix the flaw eventually, but you got to know that that when Kansas City's watching film of this team, somebody's pointing out that, hey, look what the quarterback did here. Their linebackers drop way deep in coverage. You can rush the ball for 6 yards anytime you want to if you just scramble out of there, run and slide. Anytime you need 6 yards, free 6 yards, go ahead and do it. And so even with a guy like Mahomes, who doesn't usually run a lot, I think you're going to see him run the ball a lot more than he normally would. And again, these totals, these projections, what's Mahomes' projected rushing total? 12 yards?
18.5, so it is a little bit higher. Yep.
Well, 18.5. I mean, that's 2 10-yard scrambles against a team that's allowed 25 rushing attempts. I mean, just based on that, you would think Mahomes would run the ball 6 times in this game. And if he does and needs 18.5 yards, knowing that when he gets tackled behind the line, that doesn't count against you. Only the positive yards count toward rushing. I would take over on Mahomes' rushing total over. I take Pitts. I don't know what his yardage or his TD. I would do something with him definitely in this game, just based on at a normal game, I wouldn't even think about these two things, but in this game, you got to.
Pitts 38.5 is his baseline for receiving yards, and for a touchdown, he is plus 220. Plus 220. So if you want the plus 220, you got to go all the way up to 60 yards or more receiving for Pitts.
Yeah, and
so you might as well just take a stab at the touchdown.
I would.
Yeah. And
maybe you move that over to your greedy ticket. Well,
yeah, we could get greedy with all this with the 4 o'clocks and 8 o'clocks. But just for the sake of our obnoxious 12-team parlay, what we have going on now, Pitts, Juwan Jennings, the Goff and Murray 2 touchdowns passing, Achane, Irving, White touchdowns, Caleb Williams over 22.5 rushing yards. And I'll post this ticket up on the screen for all the viewers as well. Richardson, anytime touchdown. Williams, anytime touchdown. Jefferson and Shaheed, anytime touchdown. We're going to be quarter millionaires, at least, Dave Del Grande. $10 wins us $259,000.
Did you put Mahomes rushing on there?
No, we can. We can certainly do that. And you know what? It's honestly, you're almost better off doing that because you don't want to find yourself. And here's the more pro maneuver: is do a ticket without these 2 guys, so you don't have to sit through an 8 o'clock hour sweating it out. You can already have a winning ticket. But I'd almost rather have to root for 2 things to happen Sunday night rather than the one. That way, I'm not kicking myself for not doing a ticket without these guys, if that makes any sense. But Mahomes, if we add him on, $10 wins $430,000 now. I mean, might as well. You only live once.
Given the numbers there,
yeah.
I think Mahomes is a better play than Pitts. I mean, 38.5 yards is a lot for Pitts. That number really says, man, Kansas City's been bad defending tight ends, and everybody's going to know it. Everybody's going to play the over. So let's jack up a number on a guy who caught 1 pass last week. I don't know how many did he catch just 1 pass last week, but it seemed that way. I think that like I said, I just don't trust Pitts, even though the trend says to trust him. So if I had to choose between the 2, I would take the Mahomes number there. But I like your thinking, similar to what I talk about a lot. When you take 2 things and you get a nice price or better than even money on both of them, you like them both, take them both. And, if they go 1-1, if you're right only on one of them, you get your money back.
Right.
And if you win them both, then, then you've made a little something. And again, especially like what you said, you want a little action in the night game. Here's 2 things. When Kansas City has the ball, here's what you do. Here's what, when Atlanta has the ball, here's what you root for. You got something to root for on every play.
And I'll say this too. I mean, the same makers of the Lucas Oil sign that says "Check your defense at the door." They also made one here for the Mercedes-Benz Dome down here in Atlanta because we know these games can ping pong as well. And honestly, I've been kind of wondering when the all-out aerial assault may come from Patrick Mahomes. Let's let these guys fly around, and obviously the lack of a Hollywood Brown may limit that. But the Chiefs have been more of a grinded-out type of team here in the last year or so. Maybe in this game in Atlanta, you might see Mahomes throwing the ball a little bit more, or at least pushing for the over the total in this game. Would you expect points here?
Well, that's going to come down to Atlanta. I mean, Atlanta has to. I mean, Kansas City, like you said, has the capability to air it out with anybody when they have to. And they just, they trust their defense. They trust their running game. They trust kind of an conservative approach on offense. But when the opponent is putting up numbers, then they can shift gears and start matching points or better against teams like this. This would be a great game to see Atlanta get the ball first and go down and score a touchdown, because that could really ignite a very high scoring game. But Atlanta, we just saw in the Philadelphia game, their passing game is not really clicking yet. Their quarterback's under a lot of pressure. I think he'll get better as we move along. I thought his second game was better than his first game, certainly. And so maybe, they got London more involved in the second game, if they can get Pitts more involved in this game, you got Bijan Robinson, who's an elite running back. So I think they have the potential to put up some pinball numbers. I just don't think they're quite there yet in terms of putting it all together. So that'd be my hesitation in this game, because if Atlanta's not scoring points, then Kansas City has no reason to air it out. Let's establish the Steele running the ball between the tackles. They like to throw the ball to backs on that team, but Steele's not really a great pass catcher out of the backfield, and they don't really have a second option there. So I think there's a lot of things that say temper your enthusiasm about this game being a high-scoring game, unless you really trust that Atlanta can hold up their end of it. And I'm not sure that I do.
Well, we can always bet it live, get a feel for it and say, okay, here goes Atlanta. Time to, they get the ball first, they drive, they get a score. All right, maybe this is the time to jump on it.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that to me is important. I mean, like I said, I think that especially Kansas City doesn't have its, top running back. And for as good as Steele looks, he is a backup. He is a limited between the tackles kind of bruising back, who has been effective, but he's not Pacheco. I mean, he's not going to, not going to bust big runs and, get you 10, 15 yards, but he's going to give you 4 to 6 yards every time he carries the ball. And that's going to limit you offensively, unless you decide to start winging it. But that's going to take convincing. That's going to take, we need to get into high gear in this game, because Atlanta's got us figured out. Man, they threw the ball to the tight end. Who would have predicted that? So that might be a good thing to take live.
Wow, the look-ahead line for the 49ers and the Patriots is just 9.5 for San Francisco next week.
Well, what's going to be interesting this week is, already at practice they're talking about Kittle, has not been practicing. Debo, I don't think they expect back next week. Obviously, McCaffrey's not going to be there. They're looking at a team this week, and you saw, you talked about the total in the Rams game. They're not expecting the 49ers offense to be very good this week. And if they aren't, then, then you're talking about, we can't trust the 49ers to score 24 points, against New England. You really want to be laying 10 in a game like that. So I just can't believe that that's what's going to happen this week with the 49ers. Their scheme is just too good. They'll plug in new guys. They're not going to score 40 points against the Rams, but they'll score their 24, their 27, maybe even 31 that they usually score this week. And then I think, people will become convinced, all right, well, if the 49ers score 31 points against the Patriots, they're going to win that game by 17. So, who are we kidding with that line?
All right. Any final thoughts on any of the games we haven't talked about?
There's one player who I think is the breakout candidate of the week. I'm very curious to hear his number. And that is the nightcap, the Monday nightcap, Washington and Cincinnati.
Okay.
Cincinnati's had a tough schedule so far. They're not clicking quite yet. The fact that Higgins isn't playing, I think, is really hurting them. You watched their game last week. They threw the ball to the tight end, tight ends, I should say. I don't know how many tight ends they have on their roster. They seem to have 5.
Right.
They spread the ball around, and the broadcasters, this guy Ali or whatever his name was, like, this guy, he could be a really good tight end. He's like 4th string. They're throwing the ball to Giuseppe and all these other tight ends. And then one guy caught 2 touchdowns last week. But anyway, So I do think they're missing Higgins. There's no real sense of when he's going to come back. But let's look at who they played the first 2 weeks. Two very tough games. And now they come home and they play a weakling. And I mean, this is going to be a game where Cincinnati should be able to run the ball really effectively. And what I like about the Cincinnati running situation, going into the season, there was some concern, some huge debate as to whether it was going to be Moss or it was going to be Brown or whether they were going to split carries. The fantasy draft, half the drafts had Brown going first, half of them had Moss going first. I really thought going in that Moss had a really good season last year. I thought he could come in and be their guy. Most people disagreed with that. And they haven't run the ball effectively at all so far against really tough competition. But what has happened is Moss has 21 carries and Brown has 7. And so while that's not a lot of carries, I'll take a 3-to-1 ratio on my starting running back. So, and in a game like this, where I think they can name the score in a game like this, I think they're going to have, be able to play conservatively and run the ball, establish their running back for the first time all year. I think Moss is going to have a really big game. Again, I'm curious to hear his total, his number, because can they really put it over 50?
52.5 is his rushing number.
52.5.
And mine is 165 for a touchdown, so they're expecting him to score anyway.
Yeah, well, I can understand that. I think he's got a chance to score 2 touchdowns. I think he's got a chance to to rush for 80 to 100 yards in this game. And that's even if, they play Brown 5-1 of the time.
5-1 for 100 yards rushing.
So I'd throw that,
on a greedy ticket. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think over 52.5 is as good a play as any this week. I do think he's going to score a touchdown. I do think he's going to have a big game. I would certainly get him involved in both of our tickets.
All right, Dave.
I think the yardage to me is the more of the, most likely to happen. Because I really think he's going to get 15 carries this week, and if he does, he's going over 50 yards easily.
Let's see, his rushing attempts 13.5 is his baseline.
Yeah, well, that's fair. He's only carried 21 times this year, so he's averaging 10.5 carries. They're expecting 3 more carries. All right, that's a reasonable assumption. I would think it would be higher, but let's see. They haven't been in this situation yet where they get to exhaust one of their backs, or are they now going to be more of a split carries thing? But I don't think it's going to be. But I just think the 51.5 yards. This is a game for them. They're a better team. I talked about before the most overrated team. Being the Chargers. There's a couple other teams that are overrated at this point, probably the Steelers. But this has to be the most underrated team right now. I mean, people thought they were going to be pretty good this year. They've had the toughest schedule of anybody so far. And yet last week they stood up to it. The Kansas City game, they easily could have won. And they haven't had Higgins playing yet. This is probably the most underrated team in my mind in the league at this point. And this is finally their chance to, get out there and blow somebody out. And this is short of Carolina coming to town. This is about as good as it gets.
And if we do get some crazy results over the weekend, this could be the good survivor play, because everyone could get knocked out and you could be sitting there on Monday night with just the Bengals to beat the Commanders to take home the gold. That could be a possibility.
Well, I mean, I think they're as good as good a pick. I mean, there's some good ones. You mentioned some of the other ones, including Tampa. I think Las Vegas, if you're in a survivor pool where you can only pick the team one time over the course of the season and you're looking for a team you may never consider again, how can you not go against Carolina? But so there's some other good ones, but I like the thinking there as well that everybody else is lost, and now it's you got a chance to cash in by winning the last game on the ticket.
Are you 2-0 in fantasy?
No. I assume that this happened in a lot of matchups last week, but the Monday night game this past week, cost me, but it also in my league, one of the other top teams lost. Based on how that game ended, I was going to lose. I did not have a good week. And Cup got injured. Hill didn't do anything. Some of my big guns just didn't fire. But yet I was ahead by 4.5 points, which is nothing. And he had Goddard, and Goddard didn't do anything. And they caught one pass for 10 yards until the Eagles' last drive, the one where Barkley dropped the ball. They ended up, there was a play where they were running out the clock. They had a 1st and 10. They had a nice either a short pass or a run or something where they gained like 10 yards. This is great. They're grinding it out. There's 3 minutes to go, and they got called for holding, and it pushed them back. Instead of like a first down, they got pushed back to 1st and 20, and then they threw this little pass to Goddard over the middle. The defense was falling back. He caught it for 15 yards. It put me a half a point behind. And I was going to lose by half a point until Philly got the ball back at the very, very end of the game. And they threw a little short pass to him. Anyway, point is that I deserved to lose, and I ended up losing. But it came agonizingly close. But, my son is playing in a league for the very first time, and he had Drake London on his team.
Right.
And
nice.
he was behind until the very last pass.
And that won him the
London
game.
Caught
great.
for the touchdown. And so, and I noticed in my league too, same thing happened. One of the top teams was winning, and then he got passed by this Drake London play. So a lot happened late in that game that determined fantasy matchups. So I fell to 1-1 now. I'm going to fit Tyreek Hill this week because of the uncertainty. Obviously, I got to take Cup out of the lineup. So I don't got all my guns firing, but fortunately, I did have the Jets defense. The Jets defense, short of scoring a touchdown, did everything you could ask in the New England game. So I got a nice start to the week. The other guy had the Jets running back, who I thought, based on how the game was starting, was going to score 35 points. But fortunately, did almost nothing in the second half. I'm off to a good start. We'll see now. I'm not even sure my quarterback's going to be because even if Love plays this week, I'm just not convinced he's going to put up big numbers. I don't see why they would risk it with him. So I may be searching for the waiver wire for a quarterback. Got backup receivers in there. But I do have Moss on my bench. Question is, can I get him in the lineup on a team that already has Gibbs, Mason, and Achane?
All right. Yeah.
I mean, that's, I want to play Moss, but I can't sit any of those guys.
Right.
So, anyway, it's going to be one of those things where do you root for Moss to have a bad game because you didn't play him? No, I'm not that kind of guy. I hope he does really well to the point where, I consider playing him again, or maybe I can, make a trade down the line. So I never root against your own guy. That's one of my fantasy rules.
Yeah, it saves you a lot of heartache and pain at the end of the day if you don't put yourself in that position from the get-go.
So,
all right, Dave. We'll see if some of these favorites can cover at home this week and get some easy strolling cash with some home cooking by the referees. How about that?
Yeah, that's it's going to be an interesting week because, like I said, there were a lot of key injuries in week 2, and we'll, we talked about this going into week 1, where we're going to learn a lot about these teams. Well, we're still learning about these teams, and it's being caused by these injuries. I mean, we've seen the 49ers be able to plug in a new running back seamlessly, but, can Kansas City do that? Can Houston do that? I mean, these are two big-time teams. Can Miami plug in a new quarterback? There's a lot of uncertainty, which in fantasy that's good because that allows you to reshape your roster. If you're behind, you can pick up new guys. If Houston or Kansas City decides that they've now got a new full-time back like the 49ers have, well, then you're certainly going to want that guy on your team because having Mason on your roster this year, has given you a huge bonus in fantasy. So that's certainly worth watching.
15 more regular season games, weeks to dissect all these crazy things. Okay, Dave, have a good weekend. Enjoy it all.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
You too.
Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
wasted time. You said that I would change my mind. You said I'd lose my only chance to go and get out. It turns out you don't really know what you've been missing, my friend. And you might have heard now. I got something better.
Family owned and operated, CP Shuckers Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shuckin' good time.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
Cloudy Sunday morning here at the Chicks Beach Studios, Week 3 NFL, September the 22nd, 2024. I am Stephen Murray. Nephew Dave now in studio as well. Good morning, nephew.
Yes,
Dave.
sir. Good morning.
This is the Round Robin, your Sunday morning sports wagering program with your first look at everything. Back to its second original start time of 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Dave. How about that? So much content. We have to start earlier. Again, we tried to start at 8 o'clock. That plan did not work. And like any bad offense, when things aren't going well, you got to change things up and spread it out a little bit more. And that's the case here. And we actually, Dave, you said it yourself, and I cashed the 2 touchdown player ticket last week that I had. But you said just misfiring just a hair.
Just a hair.
I think you take that right now, to be honest. If you're right on the right trail of things and coming up just short, I think you just hang in there. At least you're right on the right path. I get it. It's been underdogs. It's been unders. The over and the passing props have not happened. If you bet every receiver under for the season, you're killing it right now, preseason. And that's the moral of the story there. It's really hard to pick those overs preseason when you have all the injuries like we do now. You know, I'm sitting with my ticket with Cooper Kupp, who needs 10 touchdowns. Shoot, I have him on another ticket where I just need him for 6. And now that's even questionable at this point. So doing the preseason props is a little rough. And that's why it's maybe even more advantageous to take things week to week. And where we see some players hurt, that's going to breed new opportunity for others. And we'll go through that as we go through the slate this morning. So here's what we do now. We're going to go through Survivor Pick, and then we're going to go game by game. We have the Ant-Man crawling around his hole somewhere. He'll be tuning in at some point. And we proceed forward. Dave, everything going good?
Yeah, everything's going well.
Well, we start with your boys on Monday night, right?
Yeah, we can.
Just give us just the state of the union of your Commanders after week 2. Obviously 0-2, a slow start, but are you encouraged? 1-1. 1-1. Not a slow start. You get the win against the Giants. That's right. But you don't find the end zone.
No.
So what are your thoughts right now on your team?
I still think the thoughts are, let's manage expectations here. Everything is kind of all new. You're trying to get a rookie quarterback who has all the talent in the world, and I think he will be good. But you got to kind of get him settled in. But going down to the red zone and not getting touchdowns 4, 5, even 6 times, Steve. That was an ugly win. Win is a win. Take it every time. But that's just not going to cut it. So that needs to be figured out. So just some things to be figured out, Steve. So we'll see what happens. Again, with the expectations, let's keep those. You don't want to set the bar low. It's not what I'm saying, but let's keep them manageable right. Until things kind of start to pick up or don't. So we'll see what they got. I'm not overly worried about the Monday night game. They, are calling for Cincinnati to send us home, 44-3.
They're 0-2 and a wounded animal of that, even though they do get T. Higgins back. But still, you feel like Cincinnati has something to prove.
Right.
A lot of people are taking that as a layup this week. I'm not so sure, to be honest. Get to that game. All right, Dave, so that's fine. Keep your expectations in check.
Yep.
Don't get too excited. If I'm going to give you a state of the union of the Patriots real quick, the offensive line might be one of the worst in NFL history. So trying to protect any kind of quarterback at this point is almost meaningless. I almost have to run the ball every time, which they did not do against the Jets for whatever reason. I'm not sure why they didn't run that ball. Or at least try to run it more. They dropped back to pass, maybe thinking they could prove something through the air and their line could hold up, but it was a demolition job to say the least, and things get rougher for them when they go to San Francisco next week. Okay, let's go through Survivor. Giants, Browns. Would you consider the Browns as a survivor?
Negative.
Bears, Colts. I think you have to throw that game out.
Yep.
Texans, Vikings, I think you throw that game out.
Yep.
Eagles, Saints, I think you throw that game out. Chargers, Steelers. Do you throw that game out, or do you like Pittsburgh maybe at home?
I think I like Pittsburgh to win, but I don't think that I'm confident enough to take them in Survivor. I think this game could be one of the weird ones on the TV today that, it's just kind of a head scratcher and where is this game going? So confidence wise, no, Steve, I leave this one alone.
I'm going to say this because if we review what's happened in Survivor the last 2 weeks, and if you haven't been paying attention out there and you're tuning into this program now, basically most Survivor pools have been decimated at this point.
Slash.
The Bengals going out week 1 was huge. And then last week, where it was big enough that the Ravens went out, there were people who had Dallas that went out. There were people that had Philadelphia that went out. One other favorite I'm not thinking of carried a lot of weight. And you almost had Kansas City go out, which only a couple of people in my pools had Kansas City. So I like that. I snuck by with that pick somehow. But at this point of the season, where in some cases, 90% of the Survivor pool entries have been wiped out. Some of the other bigger contests, like in the casinos, closer to half the field maybe has been wiped out. Maybe
even
a little
those are
bit
hit
more.
pretty hard.
A lot of those are hit pretty hard. So that being said, don't get too cute. Maybe just try to take the good teams right now. Survivor pool might not last a few more weeks. So I think you want to reduce your risk. And I think you can do that at home today with Tampa Bay. I think they can just outgun Denver. Denver might make this interesting for sure.
Right.
But if I just need a team to win, I'm going to trust Tampa Bay to be able to win that at the end of the game. They already went up to Detroit, proved that they can win up there in an ugly game, but that's probably how you needed to win. They're nursing the injuries, of course, on defense. Goldstein, Golden, I mean, that's his name, right? And then Vita Vea, and then Antoine Winfield Jr., all injuries on defense we'll have to pay attention to. But give me Baker in the boys. He still has his wide receivers.
Right.
So give me that offense today at home with Tampa Bay. Green Bay and Tennessee, no Survivor there, right?
No.
Vegas and Carolina. A lot of people picking against Carolina. That's going to be their strategy. It's not a bad one. You think Vegas rebounds at home here?
So yeah, Steve, I have 3 Survivors still alive. Today, the Raiders are definitely one of them. I've been kind of going back and forth, though. Andy Dalton coming in for the Panthers. Does that change things? Are the Raiders trustworthy enough, even against the Panthers, to get the W? It is at home. Panthers just a rough football club, man. They're just not all that great. So I think I'm going to go ahead and lock the Raiders in on that one.
Scary to me from the Andy Dalton factor alone. What kind of boost will he bring to that team? They played well when he came in last year.
Right, that's the worry.
So we'll see. Interesting game, though, 4 o'clock, just from the Andy Dalton perspective alone, I would say. Now, Del Grande loves the Raiders. You guys heard it here earlier in this game. I got a player in that game that we'll go over once we get to it. I'll say it now. Brock Bowers. I can see him having a huge game for his props today for Vegas. Okay, Seattle and Miami.
No,
but it's half tempting to take Seattle, to be honest. I just think better candidates on the board. Detroit and Arizona. Seattle would be getting cute at this stage of Survivor.
Right.
Which is the opposite of what I just said. Don't get cute. Take the good teams. Detroit and Arizona, no for me. No for you?
No.
Ravens, Dallas, no. 49ers, Rams, not with the injuries, no.
No, yeah, leave that one alone.
Kansas City, Atlanta.
No. Nope.
I think you can make a case for Buffalo. That spread now up to 5.5. That's been up a point now this morning, where our ticker has 4.5 from where we started the day. But the Bills line now up to 5.5 and 45.5. I like the Bills at home. I don't trust Trevor Lawrence on the road. I like Josh Allen. If he's got to get the win, I think he gets the win. So I'm willing to take a shot on a couple of my survivors. I'm in a few different ones. I have multiple picks and a couple other ones. So I'm willing to spend some of the picks on Buffalo that I have, just so I don't put all my eggs in the Tampa basket. So I like Buffalo, Dave. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I could see that. Jacksonville looks to be in real trouble after this week, going 0-3. That's going to be a tough place for them to go get a win there in Buffalo. So, Steve, I like that angle.
And Cincinnati and the Commanders, I've heard a big case for the Bengals. Again, we just talked about it. They got to prove something to me.
Right.
They're kind of a wounded animal, too. And you know what? They haven't won a game yet. Washington has at least won a game. You can think of it that way as well. I would at least take the points in that game.
Yeah. Yep.
Interesting one to me. We'll see if Washington can even pull out off the upset. I don't think a lot of people will take Cincinnati just because it's on Monday night. People like to use that Survivor Sunday just by the sheer nature of things. I should have been smart enough to use the Jets myself on Thursday night. That was a good opportunity to use those guys. So I feel like I lost on that regard. But we'll hope for Tampa Bay and Buffalo. All right, so you got the Raiders and Tampa Bay.
Yep, I got the Raiders, the Bucks, and then on the three that I have alive, the Jets keep me alive on Thursday night as well.
Okay, and I'll go ahead and take Tampa Bay, and I'll take Buffalo as well. I'll put a little bit more stock in the Tampa Bay pick, playing them, I think, in one extra pool or two extra pool entries than what I have. Okay. Let's go through the slate, David.
All right.
Here we go. First game on the board. The Giants and the Browns. The Browns are minus 6.5. The over-under is at 38.5. This is a game where the Giants, they look to be amongst the worst in the league. Hey, we can say it on the good side of things. Maybe we should say it on the bad side of things too. Even teams who are 0-2 may not be as bad as they appear. Playoff history wouldn't say so. The bulk of the teams who start 0-2 do not make the playoffs. I think it's at some ridiculous clip too, like 80% or even better. So the Giants in the tough spot, I think, at least here in Cleveland. I think there is definitely some sort of a home field advantage for the Cleveland fans in this game. They need a rebuttal after the Dallas debacle at home week 1. They looked unprepared. They looked better last week. Still not great. But I kind of equivalate this to a couple of the teams, the Jets being one of them, on how with the no preseason, some teams look really bad week 1, better week 2, get a win, and then maybe in week 3 they come out and have their better win.
Right.
And I'm going to put Cleveland in that basket today. It's going to be gross, but if I have to, I'll swallow the points at home. I think they could actually even win this game by double digits, to be honest. I don't think it's a high-scoring game.
No.
I just don't think the Giants score that much. Maybe this has the feel of a 24-10 type of game to me in favor of Cleveland. I like Jerome Ford today as well. And if Cleveland does get more points than 24, I guess I'm not going to doubt that. But something tells me Jerome Ford, who has not been involved yet for a touchdown today, would be nice. He's plus 140 for that. Other guys in this game, Singletary is plus 160. Amari Cooper plus 190. Donta Foreman is at plus 160. Deshaun scored last week, plus 230. Malik Neighbors scored last week, plus 230 for him. Jerry Jeudy, 3-1. Daniel Jones, plus 330. Elijah Moore will be playing the David Njoku role, as there will be no Njoku in this game. He's 4-1 for a touchdown himself. And if you go at the two touchdown scorers here, Jerome Ford is at 9-1. Deshaun Watson, 18-1. Amari Cooper, 17-1. Singletary, 11-1. I'm not going to take any Giants for 2 touchdowns today. Jerry Jeudy at 29-1 is an interesting one to put on a longer shot ticket. He's the kind of guy like a Calvin Ridley did last week, or a Quentin Johnston did. He's just that random guy who's going to get 2 touchdowns eventually. So at 29-1, you feel like you're kind of priced into him, especially when Amari Cooper is drawing the coverage. You have a backup tight end in there as well. Although that quarterback, although the tight end Moore has been playing forever as well. I feel like I've seen his name for 20 years at this point. But maybe they just keep it a little conservative when they get to the goal line too. And that's why I'm going to take Jerome Ford. I'll take him for 2 touchdowns today at 9-1. I'll also take him on his receiving prop as well. His baseline is just 15.5 receiving yards. So you're going to get a nice payout when he gets to 40 yards or more for Jerome Ford at plus 520. He's eclipsed that 40-yard mark on the first play of the game at least once that I've seen, and he is definitely a threat out of the backfield as well. So I'll lead on the Browns here. I think they win this thing. They score at least in the mid-20s or right around there. I'll say at least. And then the Giants won't find much against the Cleveland defense. I think it's still somewhat going to be underrated and talented across the board. Giants will get pinned down, road environment. Give me the Browns as a pick in this game. Lower scoring game, and I love some Jerome Ford. All right, Dave, what about you?
Yeah, so Steve, I'm on the kind of the same track there with you. I was looking at the Jerry Jeudy for 2. I think that's probably pretty solid. You got to figure, that, like you said, that one random time. Why not a better chance of doing that today?
Well, let's go ahead and start to build a 2 touchdown of random player tickets.
All right.
Just as an example to the audience here. And we'll go ahead and plug in the Jerry Jeudy for 2 touchdowns. And this will be a good learning lesson as we go along for you people.
Right.
We'll stick him in a parlay here at 29-1 as player number 1. And feel free, if you want to put $1 or 2 on all these guys straight up, you absolutely can. But we'll build a little 1 o'clock random player ticket for y'all just to see the extraordinary payout we can kind of come up with for a very cheap investment and fun for the afternoon. That's all it's about. All right, Dave, go ahead with more.
So, and another thing, I do like Neighbors anytime touchdown on this. I think you said the number was, I have it. I think I have it. Yeah, I have it somewhere. Oh, here it is. Plus 195. If the Giants score, I think he's probably going to have something to do with it. And then, Steve, another thing that I already played here, if this is kind of one of those uglier games, I think the ground game gets involved. And the Giants, Daniel Jones gets cute and does one of his little scrambles over the goal line. I could see both of these teams with a rushing touchdown today as well, Steve.
What's the payout for that?
So let's see. That prop, I believe, we find it here.
And the passing, while he's looking for that, the passing yards they're not expecting much through the air. I'll say that.
No.
The over-under for Deshaun Watson, 204.5. Daniel Jones, just 180.5.
Plus 160, Steve, if they both.
That's a nice price for 2 rushing touchdowns, actually.
And I could see it in this kind of what feels like just kind of a weird game,
Right. Can you parlay those together with other
things? Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Deshaun Watson passing touchdowns, 2 is at plus 158. 3 is at plus 680. I'll be scared to do any of that. Daniel Jones for 2 touchdown passes, plus 390. I mean, that's he hasn't shown that he can throw touchdowns at all. But 2 at plus 390. If you want to take a shot at something and you're a Giant fan, I mean, might as well. You're getting a good price for it. Eventually, these guys do have decent games here and there. So 4-1 for Daniel Jones just to have 2 touchdown passes. I like it, but I think that's a hard environment. And maybe the 1 touchdown for the Giants, and that's it for today.
On the ground.
Yep. There you go. And still take Malik Neighbors for insurance. There you go, Dave.
Yeah, because I think he gets involved.
All right, the Bears and the Colts today inside the Dome at Lucas Oil Stadium, minus 1.5 for the Colts, over under 43.5. When we last saw the Colts, Anthony Richardson had 3 interceptions against the Green Bay defense in one of the ugliest games of the season, in which the Packers won that pretty convincingly and not even as close as the score looked. But the Packers did well at home with their backup quarterback. Now the Colts are back home, chance again in front of their home fans. The Bears are 1-1. They won week 1, probably when they shouldn't have. Tennessee's Titans are the team that makes the most mistakes from what I've seen. Every time they're in front of the red zone, they're turning the ball over or doing something crazy. So the Bears benefit out of that week 1. They're now catching 1.5 against Indianapolis, 43.5. And I talked about it with Del Grande, and this is his fun high-scoring game of the early 1 o'clocks. I just kind of see that too. I mean, this is two quarterbacks that can run around. They're going to try to throw the ball. They're indoors. You feel like the stadium always has an over going on. I want to know what the over-under is for points scored at Lucas Oil Stadium over the years. I like figuratively, like games going over to under. Something I'll try to research maybe even at some point in this show, if I get a second. But a ping pong game, perhaps. And I'll tell you this. This is my one chance for Caleb Williams. Del Grande loves his props, rushing. I want to see it through the air, too. I want to see your boy Roma Dunze get involved somehow. And I want to see the Bears win this game in what could be a higher scoring game on the road. Let's see here. The Bears are catching 1.5. The touchdown scorers in this game are Jonathan Taylor minus 140, Richardson plus 105, DeAndre Swift plus 125, DJ Moore plus 190, Michael Pittman Jr. plus 290. Roma Dunze at 3-1 looks very juicy today. Caleb Williams plus 330. Dave Del Grande likes that. Cole Kmet plus 440. Alec Pierce plus 450.
Wow.
Josh Downs plus 460. Yeah, Dave was talking about Alec Pierce off the air here. And then 2 touchdowns. Taylor's plus 490. Swift is plus 750. Pittman Jr. is 29-1. DJ Moore 15-1. Cole Kmet 50-1. Adonai Mitchell 90-1. Alec Pierce 50-1. How about we throw Alec Pierce in for 2 touchdowns?
There you go. Yep, I like that.
On this greedy ticket with Jerry Jeudy of all people, Dave. 30-1 and 50-1. But I think this is a higher scoring game, and I'll take the Bears. I don't think this is a rout. Probably a fun, close game at the end of the day. We'll hope for points and just hope for the best in this one on my end. What do you like here?
So, Steve, I'm going to give the edge, and I think the numbers are probably right where they should be. So the sports books are getting it right there. I'm going to give a little bit of the edge to the Colts. I talked a lot about preseason with the Bears and Caleb Williams, and I said if, they could get that going, it would be pretty dangerous over there. And Caleb has not quite showed me enough to hop on that train, even though I really wanted to in the beginning. So once he starts, showing me that he can produce and be more consistent, then I'll start kind of leaning that way. But I think, this is a Colts win by 3. I like the over here, Steve. And here's the lesson here is shop around, Steve. You're anytime Alec Pierce is about twice my number. I have plus 265 for him. And I did take him, so I like him in this game.
What do you have him for 2?
So for 2, he's going to be 25-1.
Wow, yeah, I got 50-1.
So shop around is the big point there. But Steve, give me the Colts in what's a close game, but probably a little bit more of a shootout.
All right, so we'll split the difference on that one. I'll take the Bears. You'll take the Colts. And if we do this, Alex Pierce, 2 touchdowns, and Jerry Jeudy for 2 touchdowns parlay, $1 pays $1,580 just for those 2. That's a big difference when you're going to do that, because on Dave's book, if he plugs those 2 numbers in, he'll see that $1 probably pays about half of that.
Yeah,
depending on what his Jerry Jeudy number is.
I'll go ahead and we'll just punch that in real quick.
And we are moving lines because Jerry Jeudy is now 29-1 on my book.
Okay, so we go back to Jeudy there with the Browns. Touchdown score. Where was he? Jerry 22. So that $1, Steve. Yeah. About $600.
All right. So that's an $800, $900 difference.
Yep.
In payouts.
Shop around.
So important in that regard for sure. All right. Anthony Richardson, baseline passing yards, 197.5. Caleb Williams, 210.5. They're passing touchdowns. Richardson for 2 is at plus 240.
I kind of like that.
Caleb Williams for 2 is at plus 172. In big numbers, if you think they both get to 3, you'll get a nice payout with Richardson at 3 at plus 1090, plus 750 for Caleb. If this game is that sort of a shootout. The rushing props as well. Caleb Williams, 21.5 baseline. Del Grande loves that. His alternate number, he says, take a shot with. This could be the week he really does rush it. He's at 12-1 for 60 yards or more, plus 370 for 40 yards or more. Richardson, you got to get a lot of yards for a nice payout for him. 60 yards is plus 250, plus 390 for 70 plus. I'd rather take him for touchdowns or maybe 2 touchdowns. And that parlay pays pretty decent as well with the 2 touchdown scores. But we'll leave Alec Pearson our ticket for now with Jerry Jeudy, and we'll build from there. You like anything else in this game, Dave?
You know what, Steve? I think I am going to give a shot to that Anthony Richardson 2+ touchdowns, passing wise. I mean,
right.
Plus 225 for me, but you know, if we're going to call for points here, you know, why not? Maybe 1 to Pittman, 1 to Pierce, you know, spread it around a little bit, and there he goes. He's got 2.
Cole Kmet is a sleeper to me in this game as well. 20.5 for his receiving yards. Roma Dunze is only 37.5. And DeAndre Swift, who can catch the ball out of the backfield as well, 6.5 just for him. So if you want to go Bears prop heavy on some receiver numbers for cheap, Kmet and Swift and a Dunze, take them all for 40. Maybe Swift, but he could definitely get 40 himself. And maybe make Kmet a 50-yard receiver. You're going to get paid very nicely on all of that. Kmet's at plus 630 for 50 yards or more. For 40 yards, he's at plus 350. Roma Dunze can get 70 yards. That's plus 390 today. Or plus 350 is what I'm seeing now. DeAndre Swift for his alternate receiver yards. Plus 176 for 25 or more. I think all those numbers are good live numbers today. All right. What else? Next on the list. Vikings and the Texans. The Vikings are the home team. Plus 1.5 underdogs at home. Minus 1.5 for Houston on the road. 46.5 is the total here. So this number is up from 45.5. Growing support for the over this morning with the public. Now, this is a fun game to me, potentially, for sure. But I think we see 2 good defenses here. I would not be shocked if this is like a 22-21 game and it stays under the total at the end of the day. So I'm going to be wary of playing this game over. It looks like a fun one. It's a good game. It's one I want to see. I want to see how Stroud plays on the road against a good Brian Flores defense. The Texans defense, I think, is very underrated too. They could be very well. They could be very well down the road if they stay healthy, which is going to help their cause. Let's see. We do see Nico Collins with a number this morning. He has been dinged up. It'd be good to know if the Ant-Man tuned in on some of these injuries. I'll start a list for him. I'm pretty sure Nico should be in. But that will be Anthony questions. I can ask him. He'll know at the end of the day. Nico Collins, plus 145. Justin Jefferson, I think I like that number, plus 135. Talked about him with Del Grande. I think he's probably the best player in the league. Cam Akers, even money. I don't want him. Aaron Jones minus 105 is banged up too. Will he actually get significant action? I don't want him. Tank Dell plus 190 looks attractive. Dalton Schultz plus 330. He's been hurt, but is he going to play? Have a significant role? There's definitely a lot of question marks for the Texans. So I'm going to be wary of all that kind of thing. Obviously, if you want Stroud on his passing yards, you always got to pay a premium price. He's 260.5 for his baseline. Sam Darnold, 236.5. For Stroud to get a nice payout of 325 yards or more, you'll get over 4-1 odds on that. For the 3 touchdowns would be the angle I would go, plus 320. CJ Stroud for 3 touchdowns. If you think gets off and gets going up and down the old Metrodome, whatever this Minnesota, what is this, Mall of America Stadium or something? Who knows what it's called, Nephew Dave. But I'll take a potential sneaky under tight game here overall. I'll root for Houston for my futures props' sake. And I don't know, maybe Stephon Diggs for an alternate touchdown or anytime touchdown as well, since this is somewhat of a homecoming for him. But what do you like, David?
I like Diggs for one. I have him somewhere at plus 175 is the number I have. I also took, even though you don't like it, and I totally understand, I did take Cam Akers as well in another one. Other than that, Steve, I think, there's a couple different ways you could go about it. I'll Stroud for 2+ passing touchdowns, but that's a minus 135. If we see, the defensive effort that you believe might be in play today, you would like that number to probably be just a little bit better anyway. So Steve, give me the 2 touchdowns scores in this one. I think it is a fun game, but you've talked a lot lately about, if you're getting close or whatever, just, keeping it simple, not getting too cute. I think that's what I'm going to do with this one, and just take those 2 guys and hopefully, at least one of them gets in.
I'll tell you what, Justin Jefferson at plus 850 for 2 touchdowns isn't the worst thing in the world. Tank Dell at plus 1,400 is interesting to me. Diggs would be 2. But give me Jefferson. Give me the one receiver. And this is a good lesson, too, for everyone out there. It's hard to call any 2 touchdown score a layup, but maybe consider Justin Jefferson the layup of this ticket if you play it with the 2s. So let's throw Justin Jefferson on here with Judy and Alec Pierce. Because now our ticket, that was $1,500. If we just add Judy Pierce for 2 touchdowns, add Jefferson for 2 touchdowns. Now we go from 1,500 to 14,500. And that's just adding Justin Jefferson to the mix. So if he is the best player, let's use him in this circumstance instead of trying to take a guess on a longer shot, because maybe we hit a ticket with just the 2 guys anyway and still get a nice little payout. So always put almost, not necessarily the give me in here, but put someone who's going to have a real legit chance to get this ticket live.
Right.
And Jefferson does do that. All right. Alternate receiving yards for the Texans if you want to see them spread it out. Dell plus 198 for 70 or more yards. Diggs is plus 245 for 70 or more. Dalton Schultz plus 330 for 50 or more. I mean, Stroud has so many weapons. It's just hard to take these guys on their over props. To be honest, you could really literally get shut out. Nico Collins for 80 yards is plus 110. I mean, what are they saying in this game? So a fun one, I think, in Minnesota, Dave. I'm going to look for better spots on the board at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's a tougher one, I think.
But an interesting game. Okay, let's see here. Next game on the board for us. I think I have an opinion on this one. The Saints and the Eagles. The Saints are minus 2.5, over under 49.5. Hey, man, I think you ride them while they're hot, man. The Saints, sometimes it just clicks for these guys. Derek Carr, who's been traditionally bad. Dennis Allen, the coach, traditionally bad. Horrible ATS records. Sometimes it just clicks for these guys. And, the Jamie Moyers of the world. Now, maybe I'm underrating him as a pitcher, but, someone who can come in and out of nowhere, you're not expecting to, wipe the World Series clean and get a championship. I kind of feel that's the way Derek Carr is and Dennis Allen. I get it. They're 2-0. They've only beaten up on Carolina, but they beat on Dallas on the road, and they beat them handily. They like to air it out. And this Eagles unit, a little bit of a mash unit, right? No A.J. Brown. They lost to Atlanta. There's still question marks lingering from last season's collapse. This is a fun one to me. This is a good storyline, subplot type of game. I'm going to go with the hot Saints at home. I think it's a cheap number, 2.5. Now, I've heard some professional players on the Eagles this week as well. Do I consider myself a professional wagerer? I think that probably at the end of the day, I do. Just because of the experience of being on either side of the sports book for as many decades as I've have would dictate that. So take the hot team here. Take the Saints. It's easy. You don't even have to, you get a field goal. Maybe take the money line, -144 straight up at home. I think this is a tough spot for the Eagles. A lot of fans down there in New Orleans. We did see that. I think this is a over fiesta too. I mean, the passing props on this, so I'll start with those. Carr's at 243.5. I think he can go over that today, to be honest. He's going to get a good payout for 300 yards today at plus 350. Definitely Dave's talked about Shaheed forever, and here he is. He's tearing it up. Dave, I like the Saints at home. What do you like?
Steve, I'm going to give them the slight edge as well. But finally here, Steve, we have a game that I think that I can throw out a good game prop here, and you probably know exactly where I'm going with this. Each team for a touchdown and a field goal in each half is at 13-1 right now.
Wow, that's a good one. Yeah.
I could really maybe not expect that out of this game, but I could absolutely see it. If the Saints they're going to win this game, but I think Philly is going to be able to at least help out the cause points-wise. So I might give that 13-1 a run somewhere with these two teams. Makes me feel pretty good about it.
That's parlayable too, right?
Yes.
What was the other one I asked that question for? What was that prop?
The rushing touchdowns, each team.
And that was for the Giants game, right?
Yes.
And the Browns. Okay. All right, Dave, I like that. A touchdown and a field goal each half. I'm going to have to dig through my menu for that one. Let's see. Touchdown scores.
Now, Steve, real quick, If you wanted to do that just the first half, which is probably even more likely, you're still getting plus 280. So instead of the whole game, just the first half.
Right. I would do the whole game. Let's get the bigger payout.
Right.
All right. Anytime touchdown. Kamara -195. That's a heavy favorite. That's actually up from 170. Barkley's -140. Hurts +120. Olave +155. Devontae Smith +165. Jamal Williams +170. Shaheed +190. Goddard +330. Juwan Johnson +490. Jahan Dotson 5-1. Can he fill the void? Maybe learning the Eagles playbook a little bit more here in the last week, knowing that they need this win. He's kind of an under the radar play for me on Philly's end today. But I'm going to take a shot here with the Saints. Let's see, 2 touchdown scores. Let's see if we can throw a good one on this ticket. Kamara is +240 for 2. Barkley +370. Hurts +750. Chris Olave 10-1. Jamal Williams 11-1. Devontae Smith 11-1. Shaheed is at 15-1.
I think that's the one.
Goddard's at 32-1. That's going to be the Ant-Man chiming in here. Would this be the Ant-Man?
It is.
We're talking about 2 touchdown scores for the Saints. Goddard's 32-1. Jahan Dotson 60-1. Dave.
He's going to come out of nowhere at some point. It's going to be this week. It's tough to say.
Okay, so you can actually take both of these guys since Shaheed's 15-1, Dotson's 60-1, and when we round robin, the other players we put in here, Jerry Jeudy, Alec Pierce, Justin Jefferson, that's going to give us separate tickets to play with. And wow, the one with Dotson for 2 touchdowns with those other players, Jefferson, Pierce, and Jeudy, $1 now wins $886,000. And if it's not Dotson and we use Rashid Shaheed with those other 3 players, $1 wins $154,797.
I still think that's great.
So that's a fun way to play a $9 wager today on that. And if we go ahead and put $1 on all the 2-game parlays for this, so that's another $9. Altogether, this is an $18 investment. If you're just to hit 82 of these, now it can't be Shaheer and Dotson. That's the one trick. But if you're able to match those guys with Jefferson, Alec Pierce, or Jerry Jeudy, just that $1 will average out to about an $800 payout. Just to hit 2 of those.
Right.
Now, Jefferson's going to dumb it down. Figure that's more like a $400 or $500 payout since he's the shorter shot on the board. But that's a fun way to spend the afternoon at 1 o'clock, to be honest. Anthony, let's see. We've gone through the Saints. Do you like the Saints today against Philadelphia?
I'm staying away from this one. I really am, because I don't know what the Saints are.
They're mature and older, and they know how to play football now after all these years of sucking.
I know, and it's crazy. In our fantasy league, one of our guys, we have a $200 budget, and one of the guys in our fantasy league spent $110 on Derek Carr.
Oh,
something
wow.
I completely expected after week 2.
That is funny. That is funny.
But the other issue with the Eagles is, man, they really miss A.J. Brown. I mean, it's amazing that, they lost obviously against Kirk Cousins.
That's why I like the Dotson angle today, to be honest. That's why I'm going to hit the Dotson angle, because of no A.J. Brown. But go ahead.
Yeah, well, he sucked. He pretty much sucked. He had 1 target. What's that guy's name? That Cubby guy. He got like 6 catches. And I think it only extrapolated to about 30 yards or so. But I mean, Dotson was just nowhere to be found. But that's why his odds are through the roof.
Well, still learning the playbook, maybe.
I would say that too. So this is one of those, get him while his odds are like this.
Yeah, you got it for a reason. They're gonna have to try to
right.
Yeah. Like every stat I could give you right now is that Dotson's terrible, but not really. It's his third game with the new team, and now he's gonna be the featured number 2. And I don't think Cubby's gonna be their number 2. So I don't want. I'm a little worried about 2 touchdowns, but you know what? If you're going to throw $1, what was that thing you just meant you rattled off? If you're going to throw him in there for that amount of money, sure, why not? Throw him in there, because all it takes is 2 catches. That's it.
Yeah.
And this game should be a higher scoring game. It's in the Superdome. Those 2 high octane offenses get fired up.
All right, now let's see here. Let me rewind at a couple of the games that you missed real quick. Is Nico Collins playing today?
He's playing.
All right, Dalton Schultz, is he playing today?
Dalton Schultz is playing. Everyone on the Texans offense, minus Joe Mixon and Damian Pierce, is playing.
Okay, 10-4.
You went over the Texans game, right?
Yeah. We think this is like a close. It looks like it's going to be an over game. It'll go just under the total to piss everybody off, and it'll be a 1-point game.
That sounds about right. The only thing I'm going to throw at is this is a Stephon Diggs revenge game in Minnesota.
Yeah, we discussed that angle as well.
I have him on a ticket as well.
Yeah, it's just so many mouths to feed to at the end of the day. But I mean, we like Justin Jefferson. right? Why not? He's for 2 touchdowns. He's plus 850. And if we're putting him in with the, we're not expecting Judy to have 2 touchdowns, but maybe he could. We're not expecting Alec Pierce to have 2 touchdowns, but maybe he could. We kind of expect Justin Jefferson to have 2 touchdowns. So he's our layup on this ticket. And then we hope we hit the gold with Judy, Pierce. We're going to throw Rashid Shaheed on here and Jahan Dotson. And we're going to keep this list going. Because if we get 3 of these guys somehow to do it, then we're really cooking with some gas on a Sunday afternoon. So
the only other person I have with Houston is obviously, Nico's. He's clearly CJ Stroud's number 1 target. Stephon Diggs, revenge game, great. But if I'm going to throw a flyer, if I'm going to throw a haymaker, I'm actually making a DraftKings lineup right now. I'm throwing Tank Dell. All it takes is that one. All it takes is that one ball.
Bench too.
We talked about him as well. He could definitely be the guy who's the hot hand for sure. So we're all on the same page with that for sure. What are your best props in the Bears or the Browns game?
The Browns game, I'm not. We're just not going to watch that game and root for Jerry Jeudy. I do like Ford to get into the end zone. I like his odds. I think I know he's at a plus number.
Yep.
Malik Neighbors tore it up last week. It's just you're playing in Cleveland. That Browns defense is good. That Browns defense is real good. Myles Garrett's just going to eat all over the place. There's really no one else with the Giants. I mean, you want to throw a random Wan'Dale Robinson, be my guest, but there's a reason why the over/under 37. With the other game, the Bears Colts game.
Yeah.
Why do I feel I could be dead wrong with this, but this could be the sneaky over game.
That's what we've been saying. All morning long. Yep. Okay. So it's scary. We're all on the same wavelength with all this stuff.
Yeah. If there's going to be one guy that I am looking at, if this game is going to be the over game, then fire me up DJ Moore. He has not done anything really this year. What's his odds for 2?
He's been like 15-1. Let's see.
Okay.
I was looking at it before.
Because the thing is he's only gotten what? He's gotten 36 yards week 1, 53 last week, and 5 catches, 6 catches. That's great.
15-1.
The amount of targets. How much?
He's 15-1.
It's the fact that he's gotten 8 targets week 1, 10 targets last week. So, like I said, if you're going to look at this game script and you really think this could be at least the week where Caleb looked decent, I would want to take with DJ Moore because Keenan Allen's not playing, and I know I believe Doomsday's playing, but he's still a little dinged up. It's going to be anyone. It's going to be DJ Moore. And I had Cole Kmet in the fantasy league, so I'll be rooting for that too.
Could definitely see that for sure.
Let's see here. All right, next game on the board would be there's very low-hanging fruit, Anthony, when you go through the Bears game on Cole Kmet receiving numbers, Roma Dunze evening numbers, and Swift as well. So take a look at some of that when you get a chance. All right, next game on the board. We'll go to Anthony's hometown of Pittsburgh, where this over-under is dropping through the basement. It is now down to 34.5. The Steelers are a 3-point favorite. Is Justin Herbert out, Anthony?
Not yet.
Nothing ruled yet.
Nothing yet.
But you almost think that he will be. The Steelers -3, 34.5. Anytime touchdowns here. Dobbins plus 145. Najee plus 175. Fields plus 240. Pickens plus 260. Gus Edwards plus 270. Quentin Johnston plus 350. He cashed for me last week. Jalen Warren, who's I think a sneaky play today, potentially plus 390. Freiermuth plus 470. Fields likes his tight ends. Maybe he gets involved today. Ladd McConkey 4-1. There's Van Jefferson plus 650. Hayden Hurst 8-1. I mean, I like the Steelers, what they've done on defense. Whatever Tomlin has done, he's prepared this team well to start the season. I'll say that. They were one of the more better prepared preseason teams coming in, and it shows that to me. That being said, the Chargers have been feisty and good. They beat the Raiders. They beat the Panthers. Dave Del Grande calls them the most overrated 2-0 team that there is out there right now. He thoroughly expects Pittsburgh to win this game. And honestly, I think I do too. I don't think the back-to-back East Coast trip here. Did they even stay on the East Coast? I'm assuming they went back. Maybe they even stayed in West Virginia or something like that. Who knows? I didn't hear anything about it. But I'm going to take the Steelers here to win this at home. This does smell like a lower scoring game to me, especially if there's no Herbert. East and Stick is terrible. If that's the case, I think this is more of a rout type of game. And Pittsburgh's just playing with some mojo, I feel like. They don't win pretty. They win ugly. They do have nice defense, and they have just enough weapons to get them by. Well coached as well. I think at the end of the day, they just outgun the Chargers in what's probably a physical ground game anyway, especially if Easton Stick is the quarterback. So give me Pittsburgh here. I'll take Pittsburgh and lay the points in this game. In fact, I'll take them on an alt line as well. I think they can win this game by double digits. If I do that, I think this is my first alt line special of the day here. But to win by 10 points, it's plus 265. To win by 13 or more is at plus 390. I think that's a good number if you want to spread it out in a round robin. Give me the Steelers. And if I'm going to take 2 touchdown scores on this one, just for our weird ticket, I'll get that in a minute. I'll look. But I'll start with you, Dave. What do you like in this game?
Steve, I like the Steelers to probably edge it out. Probably not a whole lot I'm going to do here. This could be one of them slower, kind of weirder games. I did take Pittsburgh to win, though, straight up. Like I said, I like them to edge it out. I did play a prop as well for each team, touchdown and field goal, just for the whole game. I think these two teams, at the very least could do that. And then, we're all over the Steelers, but give me some J.K. Dobbins anytime touchdown action. He's been doing it for them. So figure, especially if it's Stick and they're on the ground a whole lot, a lot of the carries are going to go to him. And again, he has been producing for them. So a couple things in this one, Steve, but all in all, that's probably about it that I'm going to touch in this one.
Anthony, what do you like in this game?
Well, what I just read was that Taylor Heineke is the first Chargers quarterback on the field for warmups. They have yet to see Justin Herbert.
Oh.
So that's interesting. Now, that could mean a lot of things. Yeah, that could mean a lot of things. Herbert could just be in the bathroom, and Easton Stick just may have forgot where Heinfield was.
Right.
So there's a lot of variance with what I just read, but that's interesting. I'll be keeping an eye on Herbert's status. Throughout the entire. Oh wait, never mind. I lied. Justin Herbert is now at least out for warm-up, so we'll find out. But the thing is guess what? Pittsburgh's defense is pretty good. I mean, you'll make an argument. DJ Watt's the best defensive player in the league right now. Steelers are 2-0, and I know the Chargers are 2-0, but who do they get wins at? Raiders, the Panthers. Great, cool. Now they're playing in Pittsburgh. I think it is going to be a lower scoring game. Those numbers are not lying to you. I actually wouldn't be surprised if the number dropped even more, pending if Herbert plays or not. I'm not going to mess around with too many touchdown scores in this one. If I'm going to do it, it'll either be Najee Harris and J.K. Dobbins. I don't see many touchdowns being scored. If I'm going to throw a random dart, especially with Chargers having whomever backup quarterback it is, give me a Pittsburgh defensive touchdown.
Oh.
I do like that, Anthony. That is a good call defensively. Let's see here, especially with Easton's stick. The Pittsburgh defense today is plus 650. So maybe get on that price even before it moves. I'll throw this for the 2 touchdown score, random ticket that we have going. I'll throw in Jalen Warren just because he's 36-1, and he's capable. He's very capable, especially if it's a running game, getting involved for Pittsburgh today too. If we throw him on this ticket, and the guys we have going are Judy, Alec Pierce, Justin Jefferson, Rashid Shaheed, Jahan Dotson, and Jalen Warren, for a total amount of $8.40, we can win $677,000 on these guys. That's if all of them hit. And honestly, you can't even do the 5-game parlays because it exceeds the limit. I have this dumbed down to 9 different 4-game parlays, in which the average payout of one of those is about $50,000. So if we hit 4 of these guys, it's going to be $50,000 plus we'll scoop the pot on the rest of the 3s and the 2s that we have going. The average 3-game parlay of just 3 of these guys hitting, if we invest 25 cents on the 3 legs of the 16 different wagers with all these guys getting 2 touchdowns, you're now getting, let's see, $4,500 about? No, you're getting more than that. You're getting about a $5,600 payout on the average if we hit 3 of these guys. Again, that's Jalen Warren, Jahan Dotson, Rashid Shaheed, Justin Jefferson, Alec Pierce, Jerry Jeudy. For a total investment of $8.40, boys, that's not too bad at all, right?
Nope. Why not?
All right. Passing props here, they're not going to expect much out of these guys. Fields is my only quarterback listed, 162.5 for him. His passing touchdowns, alternate number, is 2 for at plus 350. But here's the deal. Pittsburgh's just going to, if they can win this game, they're just going to keep it on the ground and grind it out over Los Angeles. And that's why this over-under is driven down so low. So I'll take the Warren prop. I'll take a shot on that. And that's really about it. Besides this Pittsburgh alt line, I think they can rout the Chargers, especially now. All right, you boys have anything else to say about that?
Not really. I mean, it's going to be a ground and pound game. Yeah, ground and pound game. And I was actually looking at maybe this could be the George Pickens game. But even Devontae Adams only got 5 catches for 60 yards against him in week 1. So could anything strange happen? Sure. But I'm just not feeling it. Give me the 2. Give me a running back from each team, whether it be Najee, whether it be Warren, whether it be Dobbins, or even Gus Bus. He has played in Pittsburgh a few times. So anything with that, but give me away from the receiving game.
All right, next game on the board, hot day, muggy, 92 degrees in Tampa. I don't know how that's going to fare for Denver Broncos, who come in as a thin air, kind of cooler climate team relative to Florida. So maybe they'll have some issues today with the young quarterback, Bo Nix, starting his 3rd career game for Denver. But I said it before, it's not like Todd Bowles doesn't know who's coming in here as the Denver coach. You know, he's very familiar with Sean Payton. Sean Payton familiar with Bowles as well. These guys have butted head in this division for many years. Bowles, you got to remember, was the defensive coordinator behind Bruce Arians as well, before he got the head coaching job. So he's been through the Bucs regime here in the last decade or so. And a great job. I said it earlier. You got to give Todd Bowles credit. And I think they'll be prepared today to at least handle business, even with their defensive injuries. And you might know more about their injuries in a second, Anthony. If you have the Bucs like Vita Vea and Winfield Jr. and Goldston, those type of guys, if they're available, that's better off for Tampa Bay for sure. But I think at the end of the day, they outclassed Denver. I think this is another game. I expect a feisty effort from Denver, But I'm not going to be shocked either if the Tampa Bay does win this by double digits. Baker and the boys are on fire. The alternate spread for this, I would just take it up to 12.5. I want to get too cute on that.
Right.
It's at 2-1. So they'll probably leave me off it at the end of the day. I think they can win by 10 anyway. And it's weird to see the Baker numbers dumbed, his passing touchdowns anyway, dumbed down with, like for 3 is at plus 330, which is actually a nice number, but you figured Baker would be a little bit more. So they actually are giving him the credit for being a good NFL quarterback right now. I mean, he's a favorite at minus 118 just for the 2 touchdowns. In his passing yards, it's not like they'll pay you if he goes through the roof there either. I mean, you need to get plus 490 to get to 300. They do use the running attack too. So when Baker has a good game, I think his ceiling kind of is almost like 280, 275, somewhere in there. So you're not getting a super payout there. Bo Nix, he's the one you're going to get a big payout with if he can somehow have a good day. If Tampa does have these holes in defense today. 250 yards for Bo Nix is at plus 470. That's an interesting number. His touchdowns just for 2 passing is at plus 350. That's an interesting number to me as well. So I'm going to throw him on a ticket, expecting a good effort by Denver. But I said it with survivors. Tampa's my survivor pick. So I think they win this game. And for those reasons alone, I think over the total is a sneaky play in this game, to be honest. 40.5 seems like that's a low number that we can actually get above. Or this game could be something like literally 14-7 at the end of the first quarter. And you're like, okay, cool. All right, Tampa, thanks. We're going to get this over. So give me that over 40.5. The team totals for these guys, let's see if I can pull it up for Denver. Yeah, here we go. They wait to post these till late. That's why I never get a chance to look at them earlier in the week. But 23.5 is the Buccaneers total points. I can see that. Denver is over 16.5 for their total team points. I could see that as well. So give me the Buccaneers winning a higher scoring game down here in Tampa Bay. Your thoughts, Anthony?
Well, Winfield's out, Vita Bay's out. So there's your very predictable question answered there. When I look at props, I look at obviously Tampa winning. Rashad White's going to play. That rookie stand-up, Bucky Irving, got quite a little bit of love last week. So I could see them doing not a split backfield completely, but more maybe like a 60-40, something like that.
I actually have him on tickets already, Bucky Irving. All right, go ahead, Anthony.
Chris Godwin has been their number 1 receiver this year. Him being in the slot has just been fire. Clearly, Mike Evans is the alpha male in this team. But the problem with taking Evans, and I was actually thinking about taking Evans today, and then I realized, wait, Broncos have Patrick Surtain. And this is what Surtain did against DK Metcalf in week 1, 29 yards. This is what Surtain did against George Pickens last week, 29 yards. Now, the only thing that I could say, if you're going to look to pivot, is maybe the Broncos is like, you know what? I think Godwin's actually pretty good. Hey, Surtain, go cover him. That leaves the door open for Evans. But Evans is always going to be on the outside, which is why I'm going to avoid Evans again with any of my big props. I'm just going to go back to the Godwin show. Give me 6 catches, 60 yards. They're scoring.
Godwin yeah, go ahead.
With Denver, I don't know who anyone plays for Denver. Honestly, looking this up, I'm like, who has actually scored for this team?
Well, I got Javonte Williams at plus 155 for Denver. Knicks is the second favorite at plus 340. Cortland Sutton is at plus 340. Jaleel McLaughlin plus 470. Josh Reynolds 5-1. Greg Dulcich 6-1. And then let's see, Baker got one last week plus 550. How about Cade Otton at 4-1? It's about time. Isn't it about time of the year Cade Otton makes his showing here for Tampa Bay? He's been quiet the first 2 weeks overall. Maybe he hasn't. I haven't looked at his stats, but
he has.
the back score and the box score. Bucky Irving plus 260. I have him on a ticket. Godwin plus 165 is hot. Evans plus 125. Shaheed plus 115.
Cade Otton's he's been absolutely useless this year, but hey, all it takes is one catch.
Cade Otton for 2 touchdowns is 41-1. Sutton is 38-1. Bo Nix 32-1. Bucky Irving 22-1. Godwin 11-1. Rashad White plus 750. Evans plus 850. Javonte Williams plus 550. Dave, what do you like in this game?
So Steve, I'm going to keep it simple here too. I'm going to go with Baker for 2+ passing touchdowns today, and I'm going to go against the grain here with the Ant-Man. That one of them is going to Mike Evans. I have him anytime. A good effort, you said, from the Broncos. I could certainly see that. But the Buccaneers just seem to have this attitude right now. It seems, even with the injuries, a team that I think is going to be a little bit better than, people might think, going under the radar just a touch. So I think they pull it out. Again, they are one of my survivors as well. So let's just, hope for the Tampa win and a couple props sprinkled in there.
Let's throw – I'm tempted to throw Cade Otton at 41-1 on this 2-touchdown score. I'm tempted to throw Bucky Irving on there. I'm tempted to throw both of the receivers, Godwin and Evans, y'all talked about. Let's go against the grain and take Courtland Sutton at 38-1 for 2 touchdowns. Rashid Shaheed, Jahan Dotson, Jalen Warren, and Sutton. Now we're really starting to cook here. Let's see here. For a total, we'll dumb everything down to we'll keep it at a quarter. Because 10 cents isn't flamboyant enough. We'll just consider all these 25-cent bets. And if we hit any 2 of these guys for 2 touchdowns, we're going to get $280 payout on the average. Actually, it's going to be a little less. Like $245 will be the average. Obviously, these guys' odds are all different. Justin Jefferson is going to pay out less if he's in this ticket. But if you hit something like a Dotson and a Courtland Sutton, then that number is going to go up. That's going to be more like a $300 or $400 ticket, to be honest. So a total amount of $12.50 invested. We are not allowed anymore now to do a 4-game parlay. We can only strictly do 3-game parlays. So if you want the bigger bucks, you need to get rid of 1 or 2 of these guys. But if you want to spread it around still and have fun on every game, you can do it like this. 30 different 3-game parlays, 25 cents each. If you hit any 3 of these guys, you're going to win about $6,300 on the average off 25 cents. And just any of these 3 guys. And then if you hit any of the 2, you'll get your, like I said, the $300-400 payout. And this is a total investment of $12.50, and it pays out $204,102. And really, you just need 2 of these guys to score, and you're going to cash their 2 touchdowns. But that's a nice El Cheapo way to spread out everything at the 1 p.m. window, boys.
Yes.
Again, if you want the big money, drop 1 of these guys. Maybe Warren, because that's the game that we expect the least amount of points in. I think that he'd be the obvious one to drop. And if we just do that real quick, I can add him in later if I want to. I think that puts our 4-game parlays back into action. It does, yes. We can spend the extra $1 to win an extra $500,000 just by doing that. So it's worth getting rid of Warren in that aspect and keeping Sutton. Okay, boys, anything else on this game?
Nope. Go Bucks.
All right, last 1 o'clock game as we are at 11:30, 11:23. So we're moving pretty good. We're faster. We'll wrap up before noon anyway. We're right at it, and that gives us a whole hour. As to where the last 2 weeks, we've only had 30 minutes. So the Titans -3 and 36.5. This number is starting to drop as an over-under. Is Jordan Love playing, Anthony?
I don't think so. They just elevated Sean Clifford from the practice squad. So I don't believe he's going to. He hasn't been officially ruled out, though.
All right, so that would explain the over-under dropping through here. It's a lower scoring game last week with the Packers and the Colts. The Titans, they just shoot themselves in the foot at every chance that they get. I mean, they are their own worst enemy offensively. We've been trying to give Will Levis all the rope we can, but he's doing a good job of doing himself in here. And this is a revenge game for the quarterback here. The guy traded away from Tennessee. He's a 1-0 starter for his new team, the Packers. So can Malik Willis win this game on the road at his former team? This is a weird one to me. I can see this going either way, to be honest. I'm going to root for the over just for the fun of it. But I'm not so sure this is a shoot 'em out type of game either. This might be another dud, to be honest. So I'd buyer bewaring on this. I'm going to run for the hills for the most part, find better things to play. If I have to pick a side, I'm going to pick Green Bay to win, though. At plus 134 straight up, not the worst deal. But again, I could see them getting smoked too. Tennessee gets their one nice win of the season here because of the backup quarterback for Green Bay. Anthony, you're a Packer fan, so I'll start with you again.
Oh, let me tell you guys a fun fact about this game, other than the Malik Willis trinket. So let's say Love is inactive against Will Levis and the Titans. That means the guy who couldn't beat Will Levis will start, Malik Willis, and the guy who did beat Will Levis at Penn State, Sean Clifford, will be the backup. Imagine that for a fun fact.
That is interesting.
As far as this game, I think it's going to be a dud. I really do. I just don't see any star power. With Jordan Love not playing, the Packers, look, Malik Willis did fine. That's what they beat the Colts last week. They did fine. It's going to be a running. They're going to rely on the run. They're going to rely on Josh Jacobs. Their pass catchers are competent, but it's not going to be the Leighton show that we saw when they played Philly in Brazil on Friday. So, and the Titans, I mean, hell, did we even watch the Titans-Jets game last week? Even though it was actually a really good game. But it's just something about watching that game is just miserable. One of the only ones that I like in this as far as confident scores, give me Tony Pollard. I like Tony Pollard a lot. Calvin Ridley has established himself as the number one receiver. Hopkins is just getting older. He's still not himself after that little him getting dinged up. But if it's going to be anyone for Tennessee, it'll be Ridley and Pollard. If it's going to be anyone from Green Bay, it's going to be Josh Jacobs. Dave, I know you like Romeo Doubs in this. I'm still in debate on if I'm going to start him or not in my fantasy team. Jaden Reed is clearly their best receiver. But without Jordan Love, this Packers team just lacks firepower. And they're just going to try to run the ball. And I'm still trying to find out if Love's playing or not. And frankly, if Green Bay's smart, they're not going to play him.
Right.
Nephew Dave, what do you like?
So I'm going to stick to my guns here. It just seems like Romeo Doubs is, old reliable for him. And, if you want to get a number out of kind of a weird consensus, sounds like around the studio, he's been producing yardage wise anyway. So that makes me think that his time is coming soon, at least. Maybe if it's not today, it's in the, next week or so. But why not today? You need a reliable target. There he is. As I mentioned, he gets his yards. He is plus 400 anytime today. So give me some Romeo Dobbs here.
All right.
And I believe inactives are going to be posted in the next couple of minutes. What I just read, this is not about the Packers game. This is the Chargers comment. Herbert might start today.
Herbert might start today? Is that what you said?
He might. So I'm curious.
The line moved back to 3.
Interesting.
Oh, no, back to 2.5. It went to 3, and now back to 2.5. So there's a little gamesmanship going on with that one. Let's see. Anytime touchdown scores in this game, Ridley's plus 250, Pollard minus 105, Jacobs minus 120, Tajay Spears 3-1, DeAndre Hopkins plus 420, Jaden Reed plus 470, Will Levis 5-1, Tyler Boyd 6-1, 7-1 on my book.
Yeah, he went 650 on mine now.
Tucker Kraft plus 7-1. Christian Watson is 8-1. Dontavian Wicks is plus 850. He always seems to get into the end zone, or at least he got the targets week 1. He just couldn't catch the ball, or weird things were happening to him. 10-1 for Treylon Burks. There's my man Nick Westbrook-Akine, 21-1 for an anytime touchdown in this game.
Steve, I know you're going to be hitting that one. That guy's won you money before. On a side note, Jordan Love officially inactive. It will be the Malik Willis show today.
How appropriate. We're right on it, too. Malik Willis for 225 yards or more passing is plus 850 in this one. Will Levis, 3 touchdowns for him is at plus 1060. So some big numbers to be had on some of these guys. Malik Willis down pass is at plus 520. How about that? So that's any 2 Packers getting a catch is at plus 520. And that might be the angle of way to do things. Maybe he just can find himself here. I don't know. I'm going to root for a sneaky over and then just hope it gets that way in some weird way, you know? Hot day, 92 degrees. That could be a factor as well. All right, let's get to the 4 o'clock slate. Carolina and the Raiders. Nephew Dave, you a believer in Andy Dalton here?
I sure hope not, because the Raiders right now are my survivor play in my big money league. So we're hoping that the Raiders can pull this one out at home. The Andy Dalton factor, does make me nervous. I'm part of me is still thinking about changing that, but I'm sticking with it for now. Carolina just not a great football team. I'm not saying the Raiders are great either, but I think that they do squeak this one out at home.
Anthony, what do you like?
I love myself some Red Rifle Andy Dalton, baby.
the Red Rifle.
The thing is I think Carolina's not a bad team. Bryce Young just stinks.
Yeah, I agree.
And I'm not saying Andy Dalton could be, the complete savior, but for these pass catchers, Thielen, Deontay Johnson, they're going to get a lot more looks, and the Raiders are easily susceptible to this. It's not like the Raiders are already good. They're going to try to establish the run and all that other crap. But really, these are 2 bad teams. And having Andy Dalton being able to throw you the ball, this is going to be I want to watch this game. How about that? At least a little bit. One of my props is Adam Thielen to get 6 catches and at least 60 yards. No scores, but there's gonna be a lot of 7-8 yard slants, a lot of dump offs. What are these odds? What are these touchdown score odds?
All right, for the touchdown scorers in this game, and I like Brock Bowers. I'll give my quick take. Brock Bowers, I think, is going to have a big day receiving wise for the Raiders, and I like Minshew to have a good game as well. Touchdown score is -110, Zamir White. Devontae Adams plus 135. Chuba plus 220. Brock Bowers plus 230. Alexander Madison, he's been playing a good counterfeit job over Zamir White so far, plus 270. Deontay Johnson is at plus 270. Jacoby Myers plus 320. Thielen plus 330. There's a Mingo sighting. Maybe he gets involved finally after not having a quarterback for the last 2 seasons. Plus 550 for him if you want to take a sneaky Carolina route. Tommy Tremble plus 800. Andy Dalton 14-1 here. And as far as the passing props go, Minshew low ball at 215.5. I think you can get a lot of yards after the catch today with guys like Brock Bowers. So I would look at him over, and I would look at Andy Dalton over too, 202.5 for him. So these are some low numbers on these quarterbacks. For Minshew to get 275 yards is at 4-1. Andy Dalton to have 275 yards passing is plus 550 today. 300 yards is 9-1 for him. 300 yards for Minshew is plus 750. Touchdown passes, you'll get 2-1 for 2 or more for Dalton. That's not the worst number to me. Minshew is for 3 touchdown passes plus 560. I just think there's a lot of yak available, maybe on both sides of the ball, to be honest. And maybe Carolina can have Deontay Johnson break on a short route when Andy Dalton's under pressure from Max Crosby. There's Deontay Johnson, take it to the house. His baseline receiver number 49.5. That seems a little low to me, to be honest, with a chance for the Red Rocket to throw it down the field. Bowers 47.5. Devontae Adams 64.5. Mingo's El Cheapo at 19.5. Jacoby Myers 32.5. Chuba, candidate to have the ball, right? We talk about Crosby putting pressure on. Just 13.5 for Chuba on his receiving yards. Miles Sanders 6.5 for him. So there's some interesting numbers to be had if you think the Carolina offense can get a jump start of some sort today. And I'm going to play some of these. I'm going to have to look at the Dalton and the Minshew low numbers here and put these guys on a weird ticket of obscurity. And this game would fit that perfectly. Del Grande likes the Raiders to win at home. I think they win, but I think it could be a closer game. Maybe they win by double digits. And they outclass Carolina, who could be absolutely the worst team in the league. All right. Anything else on this, boys? Y'all like? Anthony?
No. I actually like the Miles Sanders call. He got 3 catches for he only got 3 catches for 5 yards last week, but all he has to do is get more than 6.5 from one catch.
He just
and he's going to get targeted more than once today.
Let's see if we have it all. Oh, we probably don't.
We're going to get us 25. I mean, be my guest if it's even there. I already said my piece with this team. I do think the Raiders win. I just think them in Survivor, he's going to be sweating just a little bit more.
No, Steve, I'm just going to kind of keep it simple there with the Raiders victory. That would go pretty far in this league, I believe, today. So if I can get them out of the way, hopefully I'm not sweating it too bad.
I foresee somehow just a lower scoring game in Seattle and the Dolphins. Maybe it's the backup quarterback. Maybe you can tell me about the DK injury in a minute, Anthony. I'm assuming he's okay. Let's see if I have him as listed as an anytime touchdown scorer. But why do I see this game like 21-17, Seattle? At the end of the day, somewhere close to the spread, not quite over. Your late afternoon Seattle, weird kickoff time. DK is plus 155 for a touchdown. Achane is at minus 120. I do like Achane today. If you have to take a touchdown scorer, I would take him. Charbonnet would be the other guy I would look at as well at -105. Tyreek Hill is at +170. Del Grande brought up a good point. If Tyreek Hill thinks he's the best player in the league, then he'll make his bad quarterback look better, like Justin Jefferson does with his bad quarterbacks. Smith and Jigba is 2-1. Lockett +270. Waddle +280. I'm never one with the Geno props. I'll pass on that altogether. If I'm going to bet anything on Geno, I'm going to pick unders with him overall at the end of the day. He did go over his prop against the Patriots last week, but that game did go into overtime. Skylar Thompson's baseline is 193.5. Geno 234.5. I would probably play both of those under, to be honest, in this circumstance as well. Nothing exciting for me on this one, boys. Dave, exciting for you maybe?
Not quite, Steve. I did take a HN anytime. I think that's probably about the only thing that I want to take away from this game. You know, I'm sure that there's some other things that you could look at, but you know, let's keep this simple. Miami going cross country to Seattle. You know, Tua's not in there, so it could just be kind of a weird game. Just give me HN to shoulder the load and punch one in.
I don't want anything to do with the rushing props on this one, even with the quarterbacks. Skylar Thompson is 7.5. Who are the low ball receivers here, if I have any? Charbonnet is 23.5. Noah Fant, 24.5. Jonnu Smith, I want no part of it, 20.5. Anthony, you love Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. Can these guys have a game today?
As long as Tyreek Hill is on the field, he can make Skylar Thompson look like a superstar. All it takes is one slant, and then Hill just flies by everyone else. I'm going to be watching this game more with my heart, not my head, because I'm an unfortunate person who took Tyreek Hill as his second overall pick, and I'm watching Skylar Thompson throw him the ball.
Right.
So this is going to bite just a little bit, but Tyreek Hill is still incredible. He could still make anything happen. I'm not as optimistic about Waddle. Hill's the only one that if someone's going to have one of those, if he's going to have one of those big games, this is the time to bet it at probably a pretty bad number. But it's going to be the Devon Achane show today. No Mostert. I mean, even when Tua got hurt and they were in the driver's seat against Buffalo in that Thursday night game, they still kept giving it to Achane. I think he got like 30 touches. He's going to be the offense.
Right.
In our little bet section, Achane for 2 is in that little. It's going to be in that little bucket.
Yeah, I have him played on the second already for sure for that.
Yeah, I know the odds probably aren't insane, but they're going to give him the ball the whole time. It's not like the Dolphins suck. Mike McDaniel's still a pretty good coach. He's going to be throwing out random crap. Like, watch the Tyreek Hill jet sweep. Don't be surprised if you see Waddle throw the ball. He's gonna throw random stuff at Seattle. And guess what? Seattle's really not that good. As far as Metcalf, he's fine. Minor hand injury. I think he's going to destroy them. I like Metcalf to have a big game. He actually might be one of my 100 yards in the score props. Because JSN, Jackson, Smith, Jigba,
yep.
He was the guy last week. Apparently, he's the guy going forward. Nah, give me Metcalf, especially with his little injury designation, even though he's 100% fine. I'll take Geno to Metcalf all day.
Let's see here. Anything else I'm particularly interested on this one? I don't think so. You'll take Metcalf and Achane. That'd be an interesting 2-touchdown combo, actually. Or at least on a 4 o'clock anytime ticket.
What is Jonnu Smith's receiving prop?
20.5.
I don't mind that because think of Skylar Thompson as like a rookie quarterback. He's going to rely on the tight end, and I think he got about 5 catches against Buffalo.
40 yards is plus 310. 40 yards for Jonnu Smith is plus 310.
I don't mind that. Like I said, be temperamental when it comes to temper expectations. But going to be throwing it to John Hill. They're going to try to get Hill involved every way they can, and Etienne's going to touch the ball. So those are the only 3 Dolphins that I'm even thinking about.
Wow, can you imagine waiting to win your hard-earned cash for today on Sunday, Dave, at 6:45 p.m. praying for the one last Jonnu Smith catch?
Oh, God. Now I'm sick to my stomach.
All right, next game on the board, boys. This will be a fun one, I think. I think it's a green light, full go. Whatever you want to do is one of those games. And we're talking Detroit and Arizona, -3, 51.5. If you want to bet the alternate over, go for it. If you want to bet golf to have 4 touchdown passes, go for it. If you want to take Marvin Harrison to have 2 touchdowns scored, go for it. If you want to take John Connor to have 100 yards rushing, go for it. If you want to take David Montgomery to have 2 touchdowns, go for it. If you want to take Jahmyr Gibbs to have 60 yards receiving, go for it. If you want to take Jameson Williams over 80 yards receiving, go for it. Whatever you want to do, it's a full platter of buffet, same game parlay success. You almost have to have one dedicated bet to this game alone. So I'll start with you, Anthony. Do you share my sentiments on that?
Whomever you want. You want to take Connor? Great. You want to take Trey McBride? Great. You want to take Marvin Harrison? Great. You want to take Michael Wilson? Great. Lions. Take a running back. Take the porta potty. I don't care. I'm on Rod. He's fine. He was a little dinged up, but he's a go. Want to take Jameson Williams? I don't care who you take. Just spread it out. You want to take Gibbs for 2 and Harrison for 2? Great. Then roll it back with Laporta and, I don't know.
Honestly, this is a game where you just do a bunch of combos.
Yep.
Like 4 or 5 different little bets, and then you probably will click one of them.
Yeah, there's no angles. I mean, there's no angles. It was to the point where Trey McBride scored a touchdown last week, and it wasn't receiving or rushing. He just fell on the ball in the end zone after I think Connor fumbled it. I don't remember who fumbled it, but it doesn't matter. He just randomly recovered it in the end zone. That counts.
Yep.
I don't care. Just spread the wealth.
All right, so the low hangers on this game, receiving wise, nephew Dave, what do you like?
I think it's wide open. You know, y'all pretty much covered on it. Just give me the Lions on the money line and give me Montgomery anytime.
Keep it simple there.
Yep.
Let's see. I'll get to the touchdowns in a second. Receiver yards. Gibbs is 23.5. St. Brown 74.5. Jameson Williams 50.5. Laporta 46.5. Khalif Raymond 15.5. Harrison Jr. 62.5. McBride 53.5. I got a weird ticket going right now, boys. Y'all are. I'm convincing myself as we go here. But I'm going to take Jonnu Smith for 50 yards at plus 540. I'll take Malik Willis for 2 touchdown passes at plus 520. I'll throw Jameson Williams on here for 100 yards at plus 590. In my $2 bet right now on those 3 pays out $545. So we'll come up with one other one to throw in here on the round robin. But yeah, it's a full green light. Dave, you'll keep it easy with Montgomery to get a touchdown, and the Lions. I'll go alternate over if you just want a price on that. Is it 35-31? Sure, why not? So over 60.5 points is plus 280. If you want to get to 65 points, plus 420 on that. 2 touchdown scores. I mean, it's all the same with these guys, right? They're all favorites to score a touchdown. And you got 3 guys at minus money with Gibbs, Connor, and Montgomery. St. Brown's plus 110. Harrison plus 140. McBride 2-1. Jameson Williams now down to plus 180. He was a 7-1 player last year. So that's how much more involved he's getting now. And then for 2 touchdowns, Connor's 5-1, Gibbs 5-1, which I like that, to be honest. Montgomery's 5-1, St. Brown plus 750, Harrison 11-1, Laporta Potty 11-1, Kyler's 11-1, Jameson Williams all the way down to 13-1, Trey McBride 18-1. He'd be useful on a ticket. for sure. Trey Benson, 35-1. There's a Greg Dortch sighting. Dortch getting lots of opportunities in the first few weeks. 40-1 for him in this game. I'll just go ahead and throw the Jameson Williams receiving props on this one, and we'll move forward. All right, so a full green light for everyone. I don't think we need to beat that stick. Plug in whatever number you would like. All right, so Jameson Williams, we'll take him for, in fact, I'll juice this up a little bit more. 110 yards is at plus 820. Man, that's asking a lot for Jameson Williams. But we need a big number, so that's what we'll do. All right, next game has a potential to be the fun one, too. Why do I think this is like the Texans-Vikings? Next thing you know, you have 3 Brandon Aubrey field goals. You have the field goal kicker for the Ravens, who's been terrible, missing a field goal or 2. But he also kicks 3. He's 3 for 5 from the field. Next thing you know, you're breathing down another under. And it's 45 points sitting there, 24-21, either the Ravens or the Cowboys with 3 minutes left. And you're like, oh, man, I'm never going to get over the total as, Team A, who's down, turns it over with 1:50 left in the game and 1 timeout left. So this is a weird one to me. Obviously, these guys have big numbers, all of them, especially on the 2 touchdowns. CD's 7-1 for 2 touchdowns today. Henry's 5-1. Ezekiel's 8 plus 850. Andrews 19-1. Jake Ferguson 26-1. If he's playing, Anthony can tell us in a minute. Isaiah Likely 29-1. Still, you're getting good payouts on him. So these numbers are all over the place for good payouts in this game. You kind of hope that it does get off. Because this could be one of those that could be 38-34 at the end of the day if it is like that. So maybe this is another one where you do a same game parlay fiesta and mix and match with the Detroit game. I have more confidence in the Detroit-Arizona game than this one, just because the defenses are better overall, probably, at the end of the day. Passing props here. Lamar, we never expect much from him, but 216.5. Dak's 259.5. A better plays on the board for me at the end of the day, but still an interesting game, interesting matchup from my perspective. Why do I just feel like this is the one that falls short of the over-under that everyone wants to bet going over at 4 o'clock? I don't know, Anthony. Is this a green light to you? Can they blow through the roof with the score here?
Yeah, I really do. Look what Dallas did against New Orleans last week. And Baltimore has looked terrible this year. But who did they play?
Yeah,
they played Kansas City week. They played Kansas City week 1. Who did they play last week?
The Raiders, right?
Oh yeah, with the upset against Los Angeles, Las Vegas. But they still put up 20 against Kansas City, and they kept it close. Now they shouldn't have lost against the Raiders, but you know what? There's always weird games. They still put up 23. Is Dallas going to get it together? Because they look like they're supposed to be good on paper, and they just flat out stink. Now they are at home. This has overwritten all over it. It's going to be tricky. I think it's going to. What's the Orlando number at? 7?
47.5. Yes.
It's going to be close.
I see it hanging out. I'm not going to play any alternate over or under on this one. This is America's Game of the Week. You have everyone, up or down on this one. If it's at 47, then I think it's going to be right around there. It's going to be that 24 to 20, 24-24 Justin Tucker game when he field goal kind of game. That's my prediction. Something like that. Ferguson is playing, at least pending a pre-game setback. Jake Ferguson will be playing. You mentioned Mark Andrews, and I know Isaiah Likely's, the new favorite toy with Lamar Jackson, and he's fantastic. Dude's more of a wide receiver than a tight end. But doesn't it feel like it's going to be a Mark Andrews week? I do. And I'm putting him for 2 touchdowns today. Lamar and Andrews.
Let's see. Andrews for 2 touchdowns is 19-1. Lamar's 13-1. CD is 7-1. Man, that's a good number on all those guys. Can you do CD and Andrews?
I mean, Lamb was a little dinged up in practice, but he's fine. He is their offense. It's CD Lamb and everyone else. I was talking to you guys earlier about Jalen Tolbert possibly overpassing Brandon Cooks as the new wide receiver too.
Right.
It's a great problem for Dak to have. If you are going to go with, hold on, let me close this door. Girlfriend decided to do her hair right now. Gotta get a little bit more quiet. I'm wanting it to be an over game. I hope it does not disappoint. I really don't, because there's so much fantasy goodness in this game. I just don't want it to be wasted because both of these teams really do stink. Because both of these teams do not stink. They just have had real crappy draws, and I don't know what the hell Dallas was doing against New Orleans. I'm just going to pretend that never happened. And I hate Dallas, by the way.
Let's see here.
What are the touchdown score props? Just one. Just name the first 7.
Any regular touchdown scores for this game. Sorry, boys, I'm putting in a ticket.
Is there any number that I guess I could do this too? But.
Well, so anytime touchdown score, Henry's minus 115, CD's even, Zeke's plus 135, Lamar plus 185, Andrews plus 210, Zay's plus 195, Ferguson plus 260.
Okay.
Likely plus 310. Dave, what do you like?
I like the Isaiah Likely angle. I'm going to go once more against the grain there with the Ant-Man a little bit. I think you can go with his yardage. I like his anytime number as well. Over-under with this game, I don't think any of us sound like we want to touch it. I'm not going to do anything with it. Give me some Derrick Henry, and I think the Ravens go into Dallas and steal a win.
All right.
Like that. All right.
Good game to me. All right, let's move forward. And the ticket I just did, boys, I did the weird round robin. I'm going to do 2 touchdowns each. Andrews and CD Lamb. I'm going to throw in Jamison Williams for 110 receiving. Malik Willis, 2 touchdown passes. Jonnu Smith, 50 yards receiving. So your average payout on that is, if you hit 3 of the 4, $350. This is off a $7 bet, so nothing crazy. And then if you hit 4 of them, you'll get another 3,000 or so. And if you hit all 5, you'll hit 25 grand, about all off $6. I don't think that's asking the craziest things in the world to happen, to be honest. Jonnu Smith, 50 yards. Malik Willis, 2 touchdowns passing. Jameson Williams, breakaway speed, 110 receiving. CD Lamb, 2 touchdowns. Mark Andrews, 2 touchdowns. Okay, next game on the board as we're getting there. Rams and 49ers is a banged-up fest. I'll keep it simple. Give me Juwan Jennings. Give me Tyler Jordan as well. Is that his name? Tyler Jordan.
Tyler Johnson.
Tyler Johnson. Tyler Jordan is precious. Plus 380 for Johnson, and also plus 230 for Jennings. So good payout there for both of those anytime touchdowns. I would not lay 6.5 on the road here. And this over-under is up to 44.5. I think these teams keep throwing. So I think the Purdy and the Stafford props are live. Purdy's 230.5. I can see that over. Stafford 220.5. I can see that over. I don't think they stop throwing, regardless of injuries. So I'll stick by that. 2 touchdowns each. Stafford is plus 162 for 2. That's a good payout. And Purdy for 2 is at plus 102 for 2 for him. So I think if you want a list of 2 touchdown scorers and you need to do a same game parlay, maybe throw these guys in it as well. And an opportunity for points. And really, these 3 games at 4 o'clock, even with the Raiders game, potentially, if Carolina can get off, I mean, we could see the old 4-game over dealio here going on. And that would be a bloodbath for the sports books. So maybe the public can get their revenge at 4 o'clock today. Dave, what do you like in this game?
So I'm going to keep it pretty simple here, Steve. I'm going to go with a Jordan Mason anytime score. And then just because of all the injuries, I think this is going to be the one time for the Rams to take advantage. Give me the Rams money line plus 225.
All right. Anthony, what do you like? Brandon, you like Brandon Ayuk.
I love Brandon Ayuk today because there's going to be no Kittle, no Debo. Who the hell is he going to throw to? Obviously, I like Jordan Mason, of course, and he'll probably get in. But look, if Ayuk whined all year or all off season about getting paid, they finally paid him. No, earn it. He is going to be part of my 100 yards in a score set.
All right. The high scoring game?
With the Rams, I just think they're going to just rely on Kyron Williams. I mean, no Kupp, no Puka. Higby's still on the IR. Toby Parkinson is their backup tight end. And Demarcus Robinson's the clear favorite for the Rams, but I would rather just go down, look at Tyler Johnson. What's the guy's name? Wittenhouse or whatever his name is?
Whittington. Jordan Whittington.
Whittington. The one
He's
thing
the
I
new
do
Cooper
know
Kupp. Yeah.
So he ran all the Cooper Kupp routes last week when Kupp got injured. So if you're looking at maybe betting him to get like 5 or 6 catches, not even with yardage, he's running the Cooper Kupp routes. I mean, hell, Kupp got hurt in the first quarter and he had 4 catches already. So if Whittington, whatever his name is, the replacement Cooper Kupp, we'll just call him that. If he's in, then I can just see maybe like 4, 5, 6, even 7 catches. Not no yards though, but yeah, they're going to rely on Kyron. Because injuries suck, man. One of my fantasy teams is completely derailed from half of the people on this team.
Well, that's where you get your gold mines, man, is your diamonds in the rough in these kind of scenarios. So that's what we need to focus on week 3. All right, so yeah, I mean, we could get some high-scoring games here. All right, let's get to the night game. We'll try to wrap this up here in the next few minutes. Kansas City and Atlanta, boys, I could, again, see a shootout here if the game plan comes out from Mahomes to throw it all over. Kirk Cousins likes to throw the ball anyway. I like the momentum of Drake London, so I think he's fair game to play today too. I think the Falcons are live as a dog at home as well. Let's see. The Chiefs, again, giving up all the receptions to the tight ends the last 2 weeks. So Pitts is live too, at least on the Dave Del Grande ticket. I'm not going to give this the super full green light. But if you do an alternate over in this game, the Lions game, the Cowboys game, and all the 4 o'clocks and this 8 o'clock, I'm not going to complain to you. You can do that if you really want to at the end of the day. I think a good, fun, competitive Sunday night game, and I think it can go over the total, Dave.
So yeah, I'm thinking about the same here. I'm thinking of a same game parlay. I'll take a look at some more stuff later, and we'll add some stuff in. But I like Rashee Rice and Bijan anytime, and then you take the over up if you want to. I'll leave it right where it is. 46.5, but I think we do find our way over the total here as well.
You can always find low ball receiver numbers on some of these Chief guys. Let's see. Noah Gray's 13.5. Samar J. Pirine at 17.5. Carson Steele just 8.5 for him. Worthy is just 39.5. I would like his over number tonight as well. Justin Watson is 17.5. I don't know if I trust that. How about Travis Kelce all the way down to 47.5 for a baseline for him? Darnell Mooney got involved good last week, 35.5. Low number for him. Drake London, 59.5. That doesn't seem like that's unachievable. Pitts just 39.5. Ray McLeod, 29.5. A lot of low-hanging receiver numbers, boys, for this game tonight. Fun one for you, Anthony?
I think so. I just hope that Atlanta plays like they did, at least in the second half of that Monday night game. Hopefully Kirk Cousins is just, getting his feet wet, getting a feel for it, and realizing that he actually has a good team and he doesn't have to think on prime time. I like Bijan. I like Pitt. The only reason I would even consider Pitts is what you said, is that the Chiefs just allow a bunch to tight ends. But Pitts does have an actual quarterback throwing the ball. I'm loving that he's starting to use Drake London a lot more. I like Darnell Mooney as well. I'm hoping for a high-scoring game. And what the hell is going on with Kelce? That dude has, I think, like 4 fantasy points throughout the entire year. It's unbelievable of how bad he's been. But I like Dave's angle with Rashee Rice. He's their clear-cut number 1, and he's just going to keep getting fed. If it wasn't a Sunday night game, Rice would probably be part of my 100 and a score.
Rice is 9-1 for 2 touchdowns for him. Xavier Worthy 13-1. Drake London 17-1. So that's a nice number. $1 on 2 touchdowns for Bowers and Drake London. $1 pays $377 as a quick little plug-in number. Let's see here. Yeah, I just expect a lot of points and a lot of fun. I'll keep it at that. Again, if you want to do all these overs with the alternates with these 4 o'clocks in this night game, I say go for it. All right, we'll get to Monday night just because we're after noon officially, and we're less than an hour from kickoff. All right, and hopefully a nice profitable Sunday. We got a pair of night games, boys. Buffalo and Jacksonville. Buffalo is 5.5, 45.5. And then 45 minutes later, we'll start the Bengals and the Commanders. 7.5 for the Bengals, 46.5. I'll just group these both together since it is a doubleheader. I like Buffalo in a survivor type of situation. The Jaguars, I'm just going to continue to be down on them. And I like what I've seen from Buffalo. I think a tough spot for Trevor Lawrence. Loud atmosphere, Monday night. Bills fans hyped up from partying all day. Give me the Bills in that one. And then with the Bengals and Commanders, the Bengals are a wounded tiger. We've talked about this game all morning long already. The Bengals are a wounded tiger to me. They need to prove it. I'm going to take the points with the Commanders. Does either one get over the total? I wouldn't say I'm not so sure about that in either case. Both of these games could actually be under games after a high-scoring Sunday. And if it is a high-scoring game Sunday and we do profit that way with some overs, I'm definitely taking the unders on Monday night in a big parlay together because that's the way everyone will trend the bet that night. So Monday night, David, what do you like here?
Steve, I'm about on the same track with you there. I like the Buffalo Bills getting the spread there. I'm pretty comfortable with that. You could maybe even move it just a little bit if you wanted to. Tough spot for Jacksonville. They're going to look to be in trouble, as I said this morning, after going 0-3, losing here to the Bills. As far as my game there with Washington and Cincinnati, Washington having some offensive struggles. I think I would play the under there, or at least give it a real good consideration. So we'll see what happens there, but I like the spread for the Bills, and I like the under in the Commanders-Bengals game.
All right, Anthony, what do you think of Monday?
I'm excited that there's going to be 2 games on.
Yep.
I kind of wish they would do this more. I love this because let's say the Buffalo-Jacksonville game's a stinker. At least we could rely on – never mind, the football. Ugh. Well, it doesn't matter. There's 2 games on. Sorry, Dave. But if I want to like anyone in this game, give me Josh Allen for 2. He's got to be – I'm just surprised he hasn't scored more. That's probably why they're one of the best teams right now, because they're actually Josh Allen's not playing Superman ball and giving it to James Cook for 3 touchdowns. But I could see Josh Allen squeaking in there once, maybe even twice. With the Raiders, with the Bengals game, could this be the Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase game? We've been asking for it, even though it's only been 2 weeks. Is this when Chase decides to show up? Because I believe T. Higgins is playing. Not official yet, I don't believe. But if T. Higgins is in there, I mean, Joe Burrow's going to have another weapon. It's going to free up the Chase. And who did Washington play last week, Dave?
The Giants.
Take a look at what Malik Neighbors did against them last week.
Oh, I saw it.
Oh, yeah.
Updates from Anthony. Okay, let's see here. I'm going to come up with one last ticket here of the games that we talked about on Sunday. I'll wrap up these other 2 games in a hair. But just for you guys out there, this is interest. These are 20 cents. This is a $1 round robin. 20-cent 3-game parlays and a 20-cent 4-game parlay. All for $1. 2 touchdowns each. Brock Bowers, Drake London, Brandon Ayuk, Sam Laporta. That $1 pays out $11,670 if all those guys get 2 touchdowns. And if you'll get $550 if 3 of the guys get 2 touchdowns. How about that for $1, boys?
Not mad at that.
Nope.
Give me the Commanders in a close one. Give me the Bills, and I'll throw out a prop here. Go ahead and give me my man Shakir for the Buffalo. Buffalo, now Montgomery, I don't know how you can get away from him. But the obvious passing target to me is for the wide receivers is Shakir. So it's only a matter of time before Josh Allen opens it up. But does he have to against Jacksonville? It just not Montgomery, James Cook. I get those guys confused. Or is it the James Cook show overall? All right, boys. That'll wrap up the slate. Let's go ahead and do the most popular sound in sports. We'll get our best bets in a second. But for now, let's go for 2.
Johnny.
4 weeks. 20 papers, that's $2 plus tip.
Gee, Johnny, I don't have a dime. Sorry.
Didn't ask for a dime. $2.
I give you 2.5 and a red bell.
It's a jungle out there. You got to look out for number 1, but don't step at number 2.
Utah, give me 2.
And Jimmy 2 times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice, like.
I'm going to go get the papers,
All right, nephew Dave, 2 touchdown scores for you today.
All right, 2 touchdowns. We're going to go with Devon Achane for 2, David Montgomery for 2, Derrick Henry getting in for 2, and then we're going to go back to the well, Rashid Shaheed for 2.
Keep it simple with the running backs. I like the philosophy, especially after we've seen it running back heavy week 1 and 2. All right, Ant-Man, 2 touchdown scores for you.
I did 2 of them, actually. One with Dave's Achane. I have him paired with Jonathan Taylor, Saquon Barkley, and Mark Andrews. I'm going to go back with Mark Andrews trade. I did do the Jahan Dotson thing. I threw him with Cortland Sutton and Jerry Jeudy. I threw 5 on it. Why not? But the other one, and this one's a reach, but I did round robin this one. Aaron Jones for 2, Saquon Barkley for 2, Anthony Richardson for 2.
How about this, boys? Live on the air, I have correct score, Brighton and Nottingham Forest 2-2 as the check mark. And if Arsenal can beat Man City, which is 1-1, which I almost bet it 1-1, but I decided to take Arsenal. They're only in the 41st minute, but that's a $3 bet to win $350 if we can get an Arsenal victory right now. How about that? 2 touchdown scores for me today. I got some long shots and I got some short shots. I'm just going to go through this list as I go through this. Scan through my tickets. Could be reverse order in ways, but I'm going to give. Obviously, all these guys have shots, but I have the El Cheapo, Laporta, Ike, and Drake London. That's a $1 ticket to win over 10 grand. I got CD Lamb and Mark Andrews linked together as one. We'll root for that. We got for 2 touchdowns today, and our weird ticket that we built on the show for all you guys out there. Jerry Jeudy, Alec Pierce, the one Anthony just talked about. Jerry Jeudy, Alec Pierce, Justin Jefferson, Rashid Shaheed, Jahan Dotson, and Cortland Sutton. That could be a millionaire ticket if that hits. And I'm also going to look for 2 touchdown scores on some random guys as well, like Dalton Schultz, Roma Dunze. All these will pay out huge if this happens. Juwan Johnson. I'll throw Fryer Muth in there. I'll throw Kate Otten in there. I'll throw even DeAndre Hopkins in there at 48-1 on that. And then I also have another crazy weird one with Jaden Reed, likely Ferguson, Trey McBride, and Tyler Johnson as well. All right, boys, best bets for me. I'm going to go ahead and take the Steelers to win at home on the alt line. I'll take Tampa Bay to win at home. On a little bit of an alt line in a higher scoring game, and I'll use them as my survivor pick. I'll take the Bears and Colts to be a higher scoring game as well. I think the Browns can handle the Giants and cover that spread at home as well. I'll look for an over in the Carolina Raiders game. I'll look for under Miami, Seattle, only because something has to be under at the 4 o'clock, so it might as well be that one. Detroit Cardinals over. Ravens Cowboys, you might come up a little short on the over-under, but it could be 38-34. I'll admit that as well. The Rams 49ers in a sneaky over game. The Chiefs Falcons in a sneaky over game, with the Falcons having a good chance to win that game. And I'll take the Bills at home as well. All right, Dave, what do you got?
All right, I'm going to go with Anthony Richardson for 2 passing touchdowns today. We're going to throw Derek Carr in that boat as well. So 2 passing touchdowns for him. We're going to take a under 34.5 in the Pittsburgh Chargers game there. And then we're going to round it off, hopefully here with a winner with Baker Mayfield for 2 passing touchdowns as well.
I like your touchdown and the field goal in each half of the Eagles-Saints game as well, David. So that's something I might play. All right, Anthony, any other best bets for you?
The other one I have is I talked about Tank Dell earlier. I have him in with a score 90. I have Devonta Smith with a score and 80. Rashid Shaheed, a score and 80. Brandon Ayuk, a score and 90.
All right.
I'll review that with you guys when you come over. The other one I have, I think I just have one more. Let me just find it real quick. Are there an alternate under in the Steelers game? and when I say, well, hear me out on this one. And look, if it's an over, then I just crinkle up the ticket and move on with my day. I did a 2-teamer with 2 alternate unders. Steelers and the Giants.
All right, I like that bet. We're going to have to find a correct score of 13-3 for me, Steelers over the Chargers. All right, guys, that does it for week 3. Good job. We'll be back for week 4, round robin, next Sunday. Enjoy the games.